Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Bryce by Lauren Renaud and Jeannine Colette. Narrated by Alex Kidd and Amelie Griffin. Chapter 1. Bryce. I rub a thumb along my temple and look out the window of the black SUV. The way the modern architecture mixes in with the original buildings from when San Francisco first came to life used to amaze me. Now, I look at it as no more than my worst nightmare caving in on me, day by day. The fog is heavy in this part of town, creating an eerie scene over the city. That heaviness is like the weight on my shoulders I carry every day at Sexton Media. As the oldest son of the late newspaper and magazine magnate Marina Sexton, I have the responsibility of keeping her memory alive by running the print division, which includes the critically acclaimed San Francisco Standard, Los Angeles Chronicle, Chicago Sentinel, and 13 local papers around the country. It should be the job of my father, but he's too busy bagging his new wife and former beauty queen, Missy. I loosen my top button as I lift my phone to call my brother, Austin. His phone rings and then goes directly to voicemail. I hit redial. I know the prick's tricks. He'll dodge my call for as long as possible. When I get his voicemail again, I don't hang up. Call me back, or don't even bother coming into the office tomorrow. I toss the phone on the seat next to me, grunting in frustration. I just left a meeting regarding our acquisition of the Seattle Gazette, and he didn't even have the decency to show up. Sometimes I wonder about that fucking guy. It's been 8 years since we were granted our mother's shares in the company. 8 years since he started skirting away from his responsibilities. Finishing college at one of the top party schools, and then enlisting in the Marines to play action hero. Now, he has to start taking the reins. Playing babysitter to his party boy, fast car driving, whiskey slugging antics is getting old. Our baby brother, Tanner, on the other hand, is the most responsible of the three of us. He's wrapping up his last semester at Columbia University. Once he graduates, he'll be in the office, next to me, running our advertising division. The kid is a brilliant artist, and he gets the Snapchats and WhatsApps or whatever it is the kids are into these days. While Austin tries to evade work as much as possible, Tanner lives and breathes the industry, choosing to study marketing and advertising with a minor in psychology so he can create a new plan of promotional attack. I copy both brothers on all the financials because I know he's preparing for the day when he can take his power position. Austin probably sends it directly to trash. I wish I knew how to get into Austin's head. I just don't get him. Everyone acts like I want to spend 90 hours a week chained to my desk. They think I enjoy sleepless nights, worrying about how my mother's legacy will remain despite the failings of my father. People believe I have a heart of stone and don't desire happiness, a family, love. Maybe they're right. Sir, Brantley says. I look up at the back of his black driver's cap. I know you are the master of your schedule, but you have the gala at the museum tonight. I trust you don't want to be late. Christ. I spit and look down at my Rolex. I have an hour to drop these documents off and change into my tuxedo. I wanted to start working on the contract so my team of attorneys can iron out the details first thing in the morning. that will have to wait. Brantley pulls the SUV up to the steel and glass skyscraper that houses our company, and I'm out the door before he has a chance to open his. I meet the tired eyes of my trusted driver and friend. Wait outside, I'll be quick. The last thing I want to do tonight is attend a gala at the Museum of Modern Art, where my stepmother is receiving an award she doesn't deserve. But rocking the family boat right now is out of the question. The security guard nods as I pass through the lobby and straight to the elevator. The ride to the 22nd floor is always the longest part of my day. The portion of time that stands still for 33 seconds. In 33 seconds, I can lose out on a major advertiser, miss the next headline, be swept out of a deal, or be unavailable for an important call. In 33 seconds, I can be on the phone with the press secretary of the United States, send out several emails, and sign off on contracts that decide the fate of the 1,500 employees who work under our umbrella. In 33 seconds, my entire family can fuck up something I have worked tirelessly for. The doors open, and I'm headed down the hallway. The beauty about having my office on the floor of the newsroom is there are always people here working the story through the night. Editors are pressed on deadlines. Fact checkers cite their sources, and copy editors are dotting the I's. The buzz in the air is giving me a little lift as I pass down the long hallway to my corner office, overlooking the San Francisco Bay. My assistant Christine's computer is on, but her desk is vacant, with her chair draped in an Anaheim Ducks jersey. Hockey isn't my thing, but I put up with her paraphernalia because a good assistant is hard to find. She's my third assistant in 18 months, and I'm not about to lose her over Scott Niedermayer's bobblehead that's perched on her filing cabinet. Well, I might not lose her over a figurine, but when I open my office door, I find I might just have a different situation on my hands. Sitting on the glass-top desk, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows looking over the Bay Bridge, wearing nothing but a black lace bra and a matching set of panties, is Christine, my assistant.
"Hello, Mr. Sexton,"
she drawls as she uncrosses her legs, only to cross them again, in a motion to show off the crotchless nature of her panties. Christine.
"You might want to close the door,"
she says. Despite my better judgment, I do so. The last thing I want anyone in the office to see is my assistant sprawled, half naked, on my desk. I can just picture the headline: Media King dalliances after dark. What are you doing? My tone is deep and serious. She slides off the desk and walks toward me. Her eyes undress me with each sultry step.
"Olive skin and the body of a Greek god. I love the way you look in this suit. What I'd like to see more than you in this suit is you out of it."
I can't help the way my eyes travel to the milky curve of her breasts. Her chest bounces as she walks, her nipples threatening to spill out of the lace. I hold my hands up to stop her approach. Whatever trouble you have in mind, I'm not into it. She saunters closer. Her body brushes up against me, and my cock twitches at the friction. She must feel it because she licks her bottom lip.
"Mr. Sexton, it certainly feels like you're into it."
She runs a hand up and down my shaft from the outside of my suit, leaving me to momentarily close my eyes and moan.
God, you're bigger than I dreamed.
I am a man of great resolve. I know sleeping with my assistant is wrong, but God damn it, it feels amazing when she touches me like that. I haven't been with a woman in months, and it's taking every ounce of my being to stop her. I'm your boss. I place my hand on hers and remove it from my pants while sidestepping around her and walking straight toward my desk, feverishly looking for her clothes. I scan the desk, the filing cabinet, the bar, credenza, even behind the goddamn Juliana chestnut tree, but don't see them anywhere in my office. Where are your clothes? I spin around, in time to see her remove her bra and dangle it from her forefinger. Her short blonde hair leaves her décolletage exposed. Her breasts are so full and lush. No matter how hard I try to look away, my mouth salivates. She runs a finger down her neck and across her chest to slowly circle a nipple.
Powerful, provocative, and a man who knows how to get what he wants. I didn't take the great and masterful Bryce Sexton to be coy. I thought you were more of a dominant.
She drops the bra on the floor and stalks over with a shove, pushing me down into my desk chair. I can't say this is the first time I've been in this predicament. My last assistant quit after we had a one-night stand following the office Christmas party. While the event was consensual, we weren't on consenting terms about what was going to happen the next day. She wanted a relationship. I didn't. I look up into Christine's blue eyes and say what I should have said the last time. You are an incredibly beautiful woman, but I can't sleep with my employee. She falls to her knees.
Oh, I don't plan on sleeping with you. I plan on fucking you with my mouth.
No matter how this plays out, I'm screwed.
Chapter 2. Tessa. Are you ready? Abby calls out from the hallway of our apartment complex. It's open. Come on in. I'm standing outside my closet, staring into the full-length mirror while holding a dress up against my body. It's olive green with long sleeves and a scoop neck. The apartment door flies open and Abby walks in, wearing a one-shoulder black chiffon dress that clings to her killer body. It makes me cast another disapproving glance at my boring ensemble. That looks like something you'd wear to a funeral, she observes correctly. I bought it when we buried my grandpa. My life isn't exactly conducive to galas at the Museum of Modern Art. She huffs as she walks up to the closet and starts rifling through the hangers. Are you going through a Gothic stage I don't know about? I have an adorable wardrobe. I know a thing or two about fashion. As a makeup artist, it's part of the job to know what works with my skin tone and body type. But since my days are spent at a high-end salon where the dress code is head-to-toe black, it leaves my style choices a tad bit limited. I let out a sigh. Perhaps this is a sign I shouldn't be crashing the party. She waves me off. None of us should. It's for the who's who of San Francisco, but Christine said it's no problem since her boss is one of the benefactors. Leaning against the closet, I ask, How exactly is that entry for us to a party we haven't been invited to? Her mouth scrunches as she raises her shoulders. Hell if I know. All I do know is there's free champagne and caviar. Two things I happen to love and can't afford. So? She grabs my hand and pulls me toward the door. We're raiding my closet. I met Abby a few months ago when I moved into the building. Our mail kept getting crossed, and one day she invited herself into my apartment, saying she was, quote, fascinated with my life. We bonded over a cup of coffee, which quickly turned into a glass of wine, which turned into an absurd amount of Chinese food and a Henry Cavill movie marathon. And now, here's Abby, dragging me into her apartment across the hall and taking control of my appearance for the night. This isn't necessary, I say, as she pulls out a stack of dress-clad hangers, throwing them on the bed. Picking up the top one, she says, Of course it is. You go out once a month. I think it's vital you look incredible. You might meet the man of your dreams tonight. I give her my best motherly scowl, which makes her add, I know. You don't need a man in your life. The dress in her hands is green, and although it's a lovelier shade than the one I was going to wear, I shake my head. She looks at it and shrugs. Agreed. It's really a bridesmaid dress. I hated it even when I had it on. Taking in the excessive amount of tulle pooling from the waist, I add, I bet the bride said you could shorten it and wear it again. I've been in 4 weddings and have never reworn one of these dresses. She flings it back onto the bed and goes back to work, pulling a dress out of the middle of the pile. The next dress is silver and long, but not formal. We can pin your hair up and add some nice jewelry, she suggests as she twirls the hanger in her fingers to make the dress dance in the air. I sway my head from side to side, taking in the spaghetti straps and silky material. I could add some charcoal eyeshadow and a white shimmer hue to the inner corners of my eyes to mimic the light reflecting off the dress. It might work. Any other options? She looks at the pile of unclaimed dresses and tosses a few to the side. I wore this one to my prom. I scrunch my nose at the taffeta ball gown. You don't throw anything out, do you? She gives it a wary glare. Kinda sentimental. With a flick of her hand, that dress, too, lands on the discarded pile. Another catches her eye. Oh, what about this one? Lifting a hanger up with one hand, she rips the plastic wrapping from the dry cleaner and holds it out to me. I lean forward and grab it with 2 hands to bring it up to my neck. The dress is garnet red with a plunging neckline. It's sexy and daring, far more daring than anything I've ever worn. While I pride myself on knowing fashion, I also know when I can work an outfit and when I can't. This Jessica Rabbit number is a little racy for my taste. I'm about to tell her I'll pass when she starts walking out of the room. Before you say anything, try it on. The door closes behind her, and I'm left alone. I hold the dress out at arm's length to take in the spaghetti strap dress, right down to the crisscross on the back, accented in tiny rhinestones. I suppose it can't hurt to try it on. With a quick change, I'm in the dress, zipping it up and taking a look at myself in the mirror. The gown falls to the floor, so I rise up on my toes to get a feel of how it will fall once I have on heels. The neckline is low, way lower than I'm used to, and I'm thankful it's snug enough that my boobs stay up without a bra. There's a knock on the door, but Abby doesn't wait for my response when she walks back in. She places a hand on her hip and leans back with her brown eyes shining. Damn! That looks amazing on you. I drop flat on my feet and run my hands along my stomach. It's not too much, maybe too sexy for a benefit. She shakes her head with wide eyes. You're a 24-year-old woman with a body like a back road and an ass I can bounce a quarter off of. You look sophisticated and practically feline. With her hands out, she paws in the air like a cat while squinting her eyes. I let out a laugh. Please don't make that face again. Running a hand along my chest, touching the bare skin all the way down to the bottom of my sternum, I let out a shaky breath. I feel exposed. Abby stands behind me and sweeps my long brown hair around so it falls over my right shoulder. Feel empowered. You spent too many nights being Cinderella, and tonight is the ball. You can turn back into a pumpkin tomorrow. I point at her through the mirror. A ball we're crashing because we haven't been invited. Potato, potato. She twirls her hand in the air as she walks over to her vanity. She grabs a pair of dangly gold earrings from a tray and places them in her ears. Maybe you'll meet some new clients, wow them with your style, and have them booking appointments at the salon. You know, these society girls spend bank on their appearances. She does have a point there. My manager has been on me about bringing in more clients. Go finish getting ready. Christine will be home. Abby's words are interrupted by the slamming of the front door, followed quickly by the slamming of what I presume is Christine's bedroom door. Speak of the devil. I spin on my heel and quickly walk out of the apartment, barely missing out on her antics. I've met Christine a handful of times, and it's enough to know she is a major drama queen. From the sound of her incessant cursing, I already know she's going to start the night with a problem. She's the type of girl I hung out with in high school, and then realized I didn't have the time or patience for them. Maybe if I were a typical 20-something, but I'm not. When I'm back in my apartment, I close the door and lean against it, wondering why I'm even going to this party. I turned down Abby twice this afternoon, but caved because she is a persistent little thing. And honestly, I like her. She's fun without getting into trouble. Some nights, when I'm craving adult conversation, she miraculously shows up to tell me about a date she went on or some guy she likes at work. It's exciting to live vicariously through her. I comb through my already blown-out hair and pin up one side, liking how Abby threw it all over one shoulder. It kind of makes me feel like I'm covering my very exposed chest, even though my hair isn't hiding a damn thing. It takes me 20 minutes to prime and contour my face. My eyes are lined in black, and I use a metallic shadow to make my eyes pop. Then I add some nude gloss to my lips. With one last look, I slide on my heels, grab a clutch, and head across the hall. I knock on the door and let myself into Abby and Christine's apartment to see Christine downing a shot of tequila. She's dressed in a hot pink strapless dress, and her makeup is smudged. So, there I was, wearing nothing but my bra and panties, when he walks in. And before he knows it, I'm reaching in to whip out his incredibly huge, monstrous cock. It was thick and long. I wasn't sure if it would fit in my mouth. My feet almost trip on the carpet. I have to brace myself on the TV stand to keep myself from falling. "You okay there?" Abby asks, as Christine lets out a burst of laughter at my clumsiness. She turns to Christine. "I think you scared her with your sexcapades." Christine pours another shot and salutes me. "Girl, I have many stories to tell." As Christine downs the drink and sloppily wipes her mouth with her forearm, Abby explains to me. "She seduced her boss tonight." "Your boss?" I stare at her, doe-eyed. My jaw practically hits the ground. I've never met someone who actually did the dirty with their boss. There's a temporary pause as the girls stare at me with bewildered expressions. "You're an adorable mother hen," Christine says. It comes out in an endearing tone, but I know she's ridiculing me. "When's the last time you had sex? I haven't seen a man at your apartment in..." "Wait, do you like women?" I narrow my gaze at her. "That's none of your business." I bet men are going crazy, trying to buy admission to take a ride. You need to let your freak flag fly, girl. Get crazy and show up in a man's office in nothing but your bra and panties and seduce the motherfucker. I watch her pour another shot and offer it to me. I politely decline. "No thanks." As she gulps it down, I ask, "Is that what you did tonight? Showed up in your boss's office in nothing but your skivvies?" She nearly spits her drink out as she lets out a burst of laughter. She said skivvies. She holds on to the end of the couch like she needs support as she barrels over in a fit of hysterics. Abby rises and puts an arm around me, whispering, "Don't mind her. She's all talk and 3 ponies into the Patron. Something tells me things didn't go her way with the boss." She walks over and pulls Christine off the couch. "All right, you lush. Let's get you out of here before you get too drunk to highbrow it." With unladylike grace, Christine pulls her top over her exposed bra. "Let's go, girls. I have a date with Mr. Sexton tonight." I raise a brow to Abby in question. "Her boss," she clarifies. With her hand on my back, she guides me toward the front door. Tonight is definitely going to be a shit show. The San Francisco Museum of Modern Art is an impressive building of curved white fiberglass panels to give the illusion of rippling water and fog. The inside is equally impressive as we step into the atrium, which is illuminated in lavender lights, making the room seem more like a nightclub than the main entrance to one of the world's most prestigious art galleries. There's a DJ at the far end, playing modern dance music, while waiters move about the room, bringing trays of champagne and hors d'oeuvres. Christine pushes past me as she sets out on her mission to find her boss, the guy she gave a blowjob to just a few hours ago. She seems content on being the side piece to a guy who lets her fall to her hands and knees. I don't see him, But I see his little brother," she says, pointing toward a man over by the bar. "Abby, look." He has wavy brown hair, styled back perfectly, dark stubble on a masculine jaw, and a set of piercing blue eyes that I can see from halfway across the room. "That's Austin Sexton. Come, I'll introduce you." Abby doesn't even have a chance to object before Christine is pulling her toward the bar. Feeling self-conscious in my low-cut dress, I cross my arms to cover the exposed skin. As a waiter passes, I grab a flute and take a large swig of champagne. Maybe some liquid courage will do me good in this dress. It's not just the dress. The room is huge and packed with people. Large crowds aren't my comfort zone. It's overwhelming and suffocating. As bizarre as that might be, since this atrium is tremendous in size and ceiling height. Christine has Abby across the room and at the bar in nanoseconds, leaving me sandwiched in between two groups of people, unable to get past. "Excuse me." I tap a woman's shoulder. She doesn't seem to notice I'm here, so I tap again. "I have to get through. Do you—" Never mind. I sidestep around the group and smack into another woman. My champagne splashes and spills all over her dress. "I'm so sorry." I apologize as I start palming the silk as if my hand is going to absorb the champagne from her gown. It's no use. The pale blue fabric looks 10 shades darker in the splatter marks cascading down the front of it. "You klutz!" Her eyes are wide as she stares down at the damage. When she looks up at me, her face is a mix of agitation and shock. "It will dry in a few minutes. You won't even notice it. I hope." She's an incredibly attractive woman. Not much older than me, with light blonde hair and a gorgeous complexion. Her dark eyes are accented in pink, which does nothing to soften them. I want to tell her to use a cobalt blue or turquoise to bring out the amber flecks in her eyes. But I won't because that would be weird. And right now, she's looking at me like I'm the last person she wants makeup advice from. "This is a $7,000 Dior. You don't simply let it dry and carry on." She hisses like a snake about to bite. "I'm so sorry. I just got here and am looking for a friend. Who are you?" I pause. "Tessa Clark." "Who did you come here with?" I swallow as I look around the room, my eyes landing on Christine and Abby as they talk to the roguish-looking man at the bar Christine pointed out earlier. "Austin Sexton," I lie. I don't know why I said his name. Probably because it sounded better than... I crashed the party with the girl who lives across the hall, who happens to be the assistant of a major benefactor of tonight's event, who also happens to be someone she gave a blowy to earlier. She narrows her eyes at me with a sinister glare pouring from her irises. If I'm not mistaken, she even lets out a slight growl, like she's about to pounce. I step back in retreat when a hand falls on my shoulder. "How is everything going over here?" A gentleman, about 60 years old, appears next to me and asks in a manner that sounds cordial, but his tone is laced in interrogation. I look up at his silver hair and overly tanned skin. His eyes are trained on the woman in front as his fingers dig lightly into my shoulder. She's seething from her teeth as she whisper hisses. This twit destroyed my Dior. No, Missy. It's only a dress. You have an entire closet filled with gowns. Why don't I have Mark grab you something else to wear? He says as he pulls out his phone. From his inner knowledge of her wardrobe, I can only deduce that this is her father. I need to look spectacular, and I'm not having my assistant raid my closet. The man seems to agree with her. Appearances are important, but I'd hate for you to leave. I could have one of the chauffeurs drop by the house. Just tell the maid what you need. She pushes her shoulders back and gives me a snide look out of the corner of her eye. I'll go myself. Why would I stay here when they'll let just about anyone in? I don't miss the insult. Missy places her hand on the man's chest and utters, Tell your son he needs to keep a better eye on his bimbos. My jaw drops. Your son? Holy shit. I should be outraged by the bimbo comment, but this is hardly the time to argue the point. As Missy leaves, I turn around and start to make my way toward the bar when the hand on my shoulder pulls me back. Not so fast. Who I assume to be Mr. Sexton says. I turn around, ready to apologize for my lie. He obviously knows who his son came here with, let alone who he's dating. Being referred to as a bimbo is insulting, but not as embarrassing as him realizing I am a fraudulent faux bimbo. When I'm facing him, I look up into his coal-like eyes, only to see them staring down the low neckline of my dress and widening at the sight of my breasts heaving with shaky breaths. His head slightly leans back with his torso as he does a complete once-over of my body. My nervous energy morphs into anger as I realize this pervert is eye-fucking me. You'll have to excuse my wife. She is protective of her appearance. Now, it's my turn to stare at him, open-mouthed and dumbstruck. Your wife? His hand travels up my arm. I slap it away, which doesn't seem to make him happy. Playing hard to get. He seems amused. I don't date married men, and I don't let men touch me without my permission. He laughs lightly. In that case, may I touch you? No. His smile falls. That's not how women talk to me. You haven't met a real woman then. I turn to leave, but he grabs my bicep, the anger in my eyes burning into the sight of his hand. The room is packed with people so engrossed in their own conversations, their own worlds, that no one seems to notice a man of power is grabbing a woman without her consent. I suggest you let me go, or I'll scream so loud everyone in this room will look. You and I both know it will not bode well for you, I state firmly. He releases my arm, but not without his own threat. I don't care for being refused, nor do I care for being shown up. You're a waste of my time. My wife is right. My sons only choose bimbos. I have 1,000 things I want to say, but I want to leave his presence more. Moving fast, I make my way through the crowd. Abby and Christine are still flirting with Austin Sexton at the bar. Missy is at the door, talking to someone and pointing at her dress and then toward me. And in the middle of the room is Mr. Sexton, staring at me with beady eyes. I distance myself from all of them and run up the grand staircase. At the top, I look back toward the crowd and decide there must be a way out of this building that doesn't include going back the way I came. I enter a gallery of modern paintings and pass through another bearing statues of Impressionist movements. There's an exit door, so I run toward it. My chest falls as I realize the exit hasn't led me anywhere that will get me out of this building. I'm in a sculpture garden. It's enclosed with high walls, and the only way out is going back through the museum. I lean against a marble statue to catch my breath. My first night out in months, and I'm escaping the advances of a married man. Looks like my mother was right. Men are scum.
Chapter 3. Bryce. What are you staring at? I ask my father, who's standing in the middle of the atrium at the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. When he notices I'm behind him, he adjusts his jacket as if he were previously indecent. Bryce, it's about time you showed your face. I speak with a smile, even though my words are anything but cordial. Wouldn't miss a chance to see Missy receive an honor for charity work she didn't do. How much did you have to pay for this little experience? The calm on his face dissipates, his eyes telling me he's unhappy with me publicly announcing this is all a sham. Missy has been my father's wife for 4 years and wears the title of Mrs. Edward Sexton well. She has a panda exhibit at the zoo named after her, a permanent box for being a benefactor at the symphony, and a waiting room with her name on it at UCSF Medical Center. And tonight, she is being honored for her philanthropy at the museum. All means to get her picture in the paper and her name circulating around San Francisco as a high society woman, when she's really a money-hungry brat from Calabasas. Missy is a woman of many talents. I'm just glad she's making a name for herself. Our name, I bite. I look over at the bar and see Austin swigging a glass of bourbon with none other than Christine. What the hell is she doing here? My father follows where my attention has diverted and gives a satisfied grin. Trouble with the assistant? There's something in the way he can read my annoyance that feels unsettling. I catch Austin's eye and nod toward the back of the room. I need a word with him, and I need one now. If you'll excuse me, Father, I have business to attend to with my brother. That reminds me, he says as I start to walk away. There's been a big change in the business model that I plan on announcing tonight. I turn to him and raise my chin. I gave Missy half of my shares in Sexton Media. She's now a partner in the business, and she will be overseeing the entire company for me. Just like that, I feel like the ground has been swept from under me. You're fucking with me. I wouldn't joke about our company. Mom's company, I say with conviction. He narrows his gaze. My company. And now, Missy's. My fists are squeezing so tight, the skin around my knuckles is stretched thin. I'd never hit my father, but the thought of him handing over a quarter of the company to that good-for-nothing whore has me wanting to slam my fists into the nearest wall. Missy has not been shy about her distaste for the news business. She finds it trite and outdated. She also hasn't worked a day in her life, unless you count courting my father to be her career and her marriage as her retirement. I know Missy's desires, and they include selling the company. My father wouldn't care. He hasn't accomplished a thing aside from showing up at events as the face of Sexton Media. It was our mother who started it as a community magazine. It was her dedication, her enthusiasm for the digital era, and her business savvy that made it into one of the largest media companies in the country. I bite down and snarl at the man I call my father. We still own Mom's half. You and Missy can't make a decision without me, Austin, or Tanner on board. I only need one, he says confidently. We'd never falter. Father's head sways from side to side. I bet I could get one of you to change your business philosophy. Missy can be very... He pauses to think of the appropriate word. Persuasive. I try to ignore the fact he sounds like he's going to pimp out his wife. With furrowed brows, I ask with accusation, What do you two have planned? He places a hand on my shoulder and gives it a condescending pat. All in time, son. Now, why don't you enjoy the party? It's not often you get to let loose. He gives me a firm shake and raises his arm toward a friend to say hello. Even if I wanted to have it out with the old man right here in the middle of this room, I can't. Sexton Media is my entire life, and these people are business associates. My father knows I will never do anything to jeopardize our reputation because, in the media industry, your reputation is worth more than gold. And he's using my passion for our company, the one he so carelessly doled away to his wife, against me. The heat builds in my face. My muscles tighten as my chest expands. With a clenching of my jaw, I walk over to where Austin is now waiting for me at the foot of the staircase. With his feet crossed and his back leaning against the banister, he looks bored out of his mind. Why didn't you return my calls? I bark as I approach. Austin gives a Cheshire cat grin. Now, is that any way to greet your brother at a party? This is a party, Bryce. You need to lighten up a little. He raises his hand to loosen my tie, but I push him back. It's time you started taking life seriously. The partying, the race car driving, the women. I point a finger into the air. All of it ends now. He adjusts his posture and narrows his focus at me with an air of concern. He's not looking at me like the party boy he pretends to be. He's looking at me like a concerned brother. What's going on? I wipe my mouth and run my hand down my jaw. Missy is officially a 25% owner of Sexton Media. I don't know what her and father have planned, but I don't have a good feeling. How can he do this? Don't we have to sign off on something like that? Missy's family. The bylaws state that we can gift our shares to immediate family without the consent of other shareholders. Austin's face looks equally disgusted. Dad and Missy are worthless. Dad hasn't worked a day at the office since well before Mom died. Missy doesn't know a thing about journalism. And you do? I know my insult is harsh, but he has to hear it. You're the president of digital media. Yet, I've been doing your job and mine for years. His brows curve defensively. What the hell are you talking about? I work my ass off. You need to work harder, Austin. Everything you do is a reflection of our family and our business. It's time you pick up the slack tenfold. That also means the drag racing ends right now. You're one crash away from losing your life. Or worse, everything our mother built. Nice to see you think the company is more valuable than my life. Austin shakes his head with a mock laugh. You're gonna lecture me about risk? A little contradictory, considering you slept with your last assistant. The blood momentarily flushes from my face. He has no idea about what happened between me and Christine tonight. Even if he did, it doesn't change the problem at hand. Get your fucking act together, Austin. We need more ad dollars and more creative content. And we can in no way let Father or Missy start making decisions about this company. Tanner can't graduate fast enough. Austin cracks his neck like he's ready for a fight. He hates when I remind him how much more responsible our little brother is than him. Piss off, he says, and walks away, sulking. I go after him and continue this conversation, but Christine is walking toward me. I'm surprised she wants to be around me, let alone at this very public party. I didn't invite her, nor did I give her any inclination she should be here. There's another woman next to her, who seems to be looking around the room for something, maybe someone. She tugs on Christine's arm, pulling her attention elsewhere. While they're looking the other way, I head up the stairs. I'm not one to run away from my problems, but right now, I don't have the head to deal with her, and I need a fucking smoke. I try not to smoke, but when the pressure is high and the stress is deep, it seems to be the only thing to calm me down. I walk through the exhibits and outside into the sculpture garden. It's a space I know well, having been to many events at this museum. There's a large marble statue in the center with various pieces of art delicately constructed in the courtyard. At the far end is the living wall, which is one of the more interesting installations. It was my mother's favorite, though it is not one I understand. I take the pack of cigarettes out of my breast pocket and tap the box onto my palm before slipping one out with my teeth. I'm about to light the end of the cigarette when a voice calls out, "I hate spoiled rich people." Not expecting anyone else to be up here, I look around the marble statue, only to see a woman in a red dress standing in front of the lush greenery flowing off the living wall. Correction. She's kicking a garbage can while standing in front of the lush greenery flowing off the living wall. I take a step closer, pulling the cigarette out of my mouth, intrigued by who is up here, cursing out the likes of San Francisco high society. She lets out a grunt, which sounds more like a puppy than a ferocious beast, as she takes her aggression out on the can once more. Lucky for the can, it's bolted to the ground. Her hands are on her hips as she pouts a little, and then she looks down at her dress, tugging on it to seemingly cover herself more, though the dress appears to fit her like a glove, and the fabric barely moves. With a deep sigh, her face tilts up in frustration, and her arms fall to her sides, defeated. Her gaze travels the wall, and I catch a glimpse of her features in the light. A straight nose, high cheekbones, and a pouty mouth. Her long, dark hair cascades over one shoulder, making her creamy neckline stand out against the starkness of night. I'm caught in the moment as my eyes fall to her chest, watching her breath go from short and hurried to long, calming ones. My eyes narrow with interest as her eyes widen, taking in every flower and twist of the vines perched on the wall, like it's a moving ocean and she's watching it flow on the horizon, A slight hum escapes her lips in a tune that sounds familiar. I absent-mindedly flick the lighter, which causes her to jump back with a shriek. Her body sways as she loses her balance in her heels and falls to the ground. When she glares up at me, I see nothing but disdain.
You scared me half to death.
I step forward into the light and offer my hand. My apologies, I just came out here for a smoke. She disregards my gesture and places her hands up to her chest. A loose hair falls in front of her face as she swats my hand away. She might not want my assistance, but I'll be damned if I ever become the type of man who doesn't help a woman after she's fallen. I take a step closer and offer her my hand again. When she looks up, the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen stun me. They're wild and bright and, if I'm correct, violet in color. Her breath hitches too, and the world seems to have stopped around us. The people in the party downstairs have paused mid-conversations. Champagne has frozen midstream. Time and reason have ceased to exist as an incredibly beautiful woman brushes my hand away and helps herself to her feet. When she's settled, I clear my throat and regain my composure. I hold the unlit cigarette in the air. Do you mind?
I do, actually,
she says, brushing off her dress with one hand while the other holds on to her clutch. I put the cigarette and lighter back in the box and slide it into my pocket. The situation feels odd to me. I haven't asked permission to do anything in years, and here I am, asking a complete stranger if I can light a cigarette.
Maybe your mother didn't teach you manners,
she says. I'm taken aback. No one has brought up my mother to me in that way in years. Like how not to be rude to a man who has offered help after you fell.
More like how not to stalk people in the dark,
she says with a raised chin. I better watch myself then. You have a mean kick there, and I like my shins too much. I point toward the garbage can at my reference to her earlier assault.
It's not your shins you need to be worried about,
she threatens, yet I don't feel like I'm in any real danger.
Is everyone in high society such an ass?
To my surprise, there's a grin on my face. Yes, every single one of them. A sliver of a smile creeps across her lips and then falls as if she's realized she doesn't want to smile.
Are there any exits up here?
I shake my head and watch her body language fall with despair.
If you'll excuse me, I have to go back to the party.
Her toned leg slips out of her slit as she scurries past me, but then she halts. There's something in the way she stands there with her hands clenched in fists that lets me know she's not quite ready to face whatever it is that sent her running up here in the first place. If you wait another 20 minutes, the speeches will begin, and you can escape while they're all being dazzled with witty nonsense of self-congratulations, I say.
You sound like you're speaking from experience,
she says over her shoulder. I laugh lightly to myself. I'm a recluse like you, came up here to avoid the masses. As if my words have provided the relief she needed, she looks at me, her piercing stare making my chest tighten. I turn back toward the living wall and try to become enamored with the twists and turns of the vines, yet it's no use. I've never understood why people are fascinated by this piece. I personally find it to be no more than a vertical lawn. She spins around.
It's so much more than that. It's living art.
Art is something man creates.
Man created Eve from his rib. Doesn't that make women works of art?
Yes, I want to say, but I don't. That's only if you believe your Bible stories. She raises a brow in intrigue and takes a step to the side.
Does the Garden of Eden frighten you?
No more than the idea of a woman leading a man to the greatest sin in history.
But if he created her out of his flesh, then isn't he responsible for her actions?
When she moves further down the way, I find my feet slowly following her. No, being pulled toward her. He was tempted. My statement causes her to pause and think, with her lips puckered out as she does so.
Adam ate from the apple of his own free will.
And there lies the problem.
What's that?
She asks. A man will do anything, even create the greatest sin for all mankind, to impress a beautiful woman. I stuff my hands in my pockets and twitch my lips to the side. Despite the faint light, I can see the blush rise up her cheeks.
Men are fools.
I grin. More than we're willing to admit. My eyes travel down her neck into the low cut of her dress. Her hands rise to cover the swell of her breasts. That's quite the dress to be wearing, only to hide out up here.
It's not my dress,
she says. I can tell. Her eyes widen and her mouth parts. I raise my hands and explain. What I mean to say is, while you look stunning, there's something about the way you carry yourself in it. This is the dress of someone who needs to flaunt her body to get attention.
Not all women use their appearance to lure a man. Some dress sexy for themselves.
Then why are you covering yourself up as if you're ashamed? Her eyes drop to her hands. I take a hesitant step closer, and she slightly steps back. I pause a moment and then take one more step. This time, she doesn't move. This might seem out of line, so excuse me if I'm too forward, but while you don't seem like you want the attention, it's impossible not to notice you. You're positively breathtaking, and it's not because of the dress. When she looks up at me, I can see a blue hue in her eyes. It's like the sky has taken ownership in her gaze as she looks back at me. It's more than I'm used to seeing from a woman. The air up here is warm, with a slight breeze that carries its way across the rooftop. I look out at the horizon and the fog that is lifted.
You're good,
she says with a waggling finger.
I bet you romance a lot of women on rooftop gardens.
With a grin, I reply, I'm happy to report you're the first, and I'm not romancing you. If I were to do that, I'd tell you that your eyes are the color of the moonlight reflected off the bay on a clear night. She's biting the inside of her cheek and looking down at her feet. I glance away to give her a chance to blush in private.
You can light that cigarette if you want,
she says. I turn to her as she adds,
but only if you share. I don't need a whole one, just a drag.
I thought you didn't smoke. Her eyes dart to the side and back.
You don't know anything about me.
What's your name? She hesitates for a beat.
Tessa.
Tessa. Her name rolls off my tongue as I walk toward the statue. I take the cigarette box out of my pocket and place one in my mouth. After lighting it, I hand it to her. Pleasure to meet you. She takes the cigarette and raises a brow in a not-so-subtle way of asking me to reciprocate the courtesy by providing my own name. Bryce. Tessa lifts the cigarette to her lips and inhales lightly. As she exhales, she lets out a small cough.
It's been a while,
she says. She passes it back. My drag is deeper and longer than hers, the smoke filling my lungs and the nicotine running straight to my brain. What caused you to come up here?
I spilled my drink on someone and got hit on by a married man. All within about 5 minutes of walking through the front door.
Her words are matter of fact, like this is the type of thing that would happen to her.
You?
Me? Well, my father and I are in a disagreement. My brother doesn't seem to understand how serious life is, and I'm running away from a woman. I hand the cigarette back to her. Our fingers brush with the action. She takes a drag, and this time, she doesn't cough.
Family drama is tough. I can't imagine a parent going against their child in anything.
If she only knew how my father's intentions hurt me, down to the very core. My family dynamic is interesting, to say the least. I hesitate for a moment and step away from the statue to turn and face her head on. You're not a reporter, are you? She skeptically eyes me.
No. Should I be recording you or something?
I smile. No. I just haven't spoken to anyone on a personal level in a long time without them wanting something from me. She quirks the side of her mouth.
What about the woman you're running from?
Definitely not her. So far, there's only one woman I want to actually talk to tonight.
Did you break her heart?
Probably. I tend to do that without intention. I take the cigarette from her hand. This time, when our fingers linger, a chill runs up my spine. You were humming before, I state.
Was I? I must have been on autopilot. I hum when I think.
She saunters away and begins to circle the statue. I step back and watch as she gracefully appears from the other side, her hand drifting along the smooth marble. What were you thinking about? I ask.
Life? How you can have a clear vision of what you want, then something happens and everything you thought you were going to have evaporates. How one moment you think you have the reins on life until something comes in and grabs them from your hands, veering you off the road. How sometimes you find yourself going in the wrong direction and still land in the exact place you were supposed to be all along.
Her focus is set on the concrete floor as she stares at it in a daze. She lets out a small laugh and then shakes her head.
That probably sounds crazy to you.
Not at all. It's exactly how I feel, every day. Her eyes lift to mine and pause, holding my stare and owning it, controlling it. It's as if those 3 words caused her to open her eyes and see me, see through me, this stranger on a darkened roof. And, for some reason, I feel like I can see through her too. Her eyes start to twinkle, and her mouth tilts in a slight smile.
Let's play a game,
she declares. I don't play games.
Truth or dare?
She challenges. Placing my hands deep in my pockets, I set back on my heels and toss my own closely guarded inhibitions to the wind. Truth. Her lips pout as she considers her options.
What are you the most self-conscious about?
The question catches me off guard. I'm not one to share with total strangers, yet I'm captivated by her eagerness to play a child's game. My reputation, I answer honestly. I never want to be seen as a man who can be taken advantage of. She narrows her gaze at me with the slight tilt of her head. Before I let her analyze me, I ask, truth or dare? Her teeth graze her bottom lip as she answers,
truth.
What is the most childish thing you still do? She laughs.
Build Legos?
That was a fast answer.
It was an easy question.
She steps away from the statue and moseys over to a red sculpture, which is tall in height and appears to have legs.
You up for a dare?
Truth, I state, as I watch her playfully skip under it and pop up on the other side.
What lie have you told that hurt someone?
I never lie, I say. Her steps halt as she looks at me like what I said was complete bullshit. I don't believe in wasting time with lies. Besides, you can hurt people more with the truth. She nods her head as she waltzes aimlessly behind the sculpture, away from me.
Dare me to do something.
Howl at the moon. I follow her. She spins to face me.
Really?
Did you expect me to have you do something naughty?
No. Yes, well, it was a test and you passed.
She states, and stands there tall with her hands to her sides. I curve my mouth and shrug a shoulder, waiting for her to begin. She looks confused.
Wait, you really expect me to howl? Here at the museum?
Are you scared? Those violet eyes grow wide with the challenge as she squares her shoulders, throws her arms back, looks up, and lets out a great big howl into the open San Francisco night. She wildly shakes her head to accentuate the end of her vivacious howl. From the quick movements of her chest and the incredible smile on her face, Tessa looks like a woman unleashed, jovial, and full of life. It makes my own heart race in anticipation. Truth, I say, before she even asks, putting out my cigarette so I'm prepared for anything she's got.
What is the most embarrassing nickname you've ever had?
Porky. I was a chubby kid. I answer easily. What is the grossest thing you've ever had in your mouth?
Escargot.
She states.
Have you ever had your heart broken?
Shattered, I declare. I'll take your dare.
Dance for 1 minute with no music.
I get the feeling she's been dying to say that, and I try not to disappoint. With determined steps, I walk right up to her and snake a hand on the small of her waist and another in her smooth, delicate palm, causing her to drop her clutch to the ground. I sway to the side and feel her soft body mold against my hard one. Her other hand rises to my neck, placing it there with apprehension. I lift my right foot and begin to move us around, dancing the steps my mom taught me years ago. We move with ease as she lets me lead us around the sculptures, her face stone still as she stares into my shoulder. I keep my vision glued to her, waiting for her to breathe, let loose and not be so stiff. It only takes a few seconds for her hand to truly grip my hand as her shoulders drop, releasing any tension she held for that brief moment. She lets out a whisper of a sigh as her body falls into mine, giving in to the dance. When her eyes meet mine, she whispers, "Truth," before I can say anything. The way she's looking at me lets me know she's surrendering, not just to me, to something greater than the two of us. When was the last time you felt you were in the right place, at the right time, with the right person?
Right now?
She breathes. Me too. I close the gap, pulling her into me, flush against my chest. Her eyes change from violet to a stormy black as I splay my hand further down her back. Her mouth parts, begging to be kissed, but her eyes are telling a conflicting story. She has a passionate, lustful, and glazed expression, but as her eyes widen and search deep within my soul, I can see the trepidation.
Are you nervous?
She asks. I give her my truth. Petrified. Her tongue peeks out, glossing her lower lip, and her eyes glisten as she declares,
I'll take your dare.
Kiss me. Her eyes flutter closed, and I slowly lower with every intention to place the most tender of kisses upon her soft lips. Our lips are just a whisper away.
Bryce Sexton!
A woman loudly says my name from behind a statue, causing us both to jump and turn toward the door. I drop my head when the sight of Christine comes into view, with her hands on her hips and confusion written all over her face. Her determined footsteps make their way toward us as we stand there in an intimate embrace.
Tessa, I see you've met my boss.
Tessa's body goes rigid in my arms, her eyes wild with shame.
This is your boss? As in your boss?
The way she drops her voice to ask the question raises an internal alarm. Tessa looks up at me, first confused and then hurt. She pushes against my chest and steps away, putting her back to me. I feel like the wind has been knocked out of me, and the air that was clear just moments ago is now thick with despair. How do you two know each other? I ask.
We're friends. Tessa is one of my guests tonight.
Christine walks up to me and places a hand on my waist, but I push it away.
I came here to see you.
Tessa grabs her purse from the ground and rushes toward the door. Tessa! I call out to her, but Christine is grabbing onto my arm. My teeth grind as I swing back toward her and spit. What are you doing here?
You said I could come to the gala.
I did? Shit, I did. Weeks ago, when the invitation came, she asked if she could come. I was knee-deep in the latest entertainment scandal and was trying to secure the next day's exclusive to run on all 16 papers. I said yes without even thinking. I want to run after Tessa, but Christine is here, and I need to settle unfinished business. I told you before, nothing can happen between us. Her face twists with disgust.
Yeah, after I was on my knees.
I stopped you. I shouldn't have even let it get as far as it did, but I was up from my seat as soon as my brain kicked in. She scoffs.
My hands were in your pants.
On my pants. I press my thumb into my temple. It was a lapse in judgment. You're a fantastic girl and an amazing assistant, but I can't be in a relationship with my employee. Her shoulders relax as she steps forward.
Then I'll quit.
I'm not interested in you, employee or not. I don't want to be with you. I didn't intend for that to come out cruel, but it's the truth, and there isn't any way to pussyfoot around the issue. Earlier, when I lifted her off my office floor and told her I couldn't do this, she seemed to understand. Clearly, she didn't. A glassy expression glares up at me. She slams her back against the marble statue, the same one Tessa was against earlier, and cries. I take a cigarette out of my pocket and hold it out in offering. She takes it and allows me to light it. You'll get 6 months of severance and a glowing recommendation, I say. She inhales the nicotine, slowly lets it out, and nods in agreement. I'm sorry.
Fuck you,
she says, throwing the cigarette onto my chest and marching away. It falls to the ground and continues to burn. This is why I don't do relationships.
Chapter 4. Tessa. There are a million things wrong with how my weekend turned out. I was ridiculed by a she-devil, Missy, hit on by a married man, Mr. Sexton, and questioned for over an hour by a woman in a hockey t-shirt who had a bad hangover, Christine. What did he say? What did you do? Did he tell you I gave him a blowjob? I shake a wave of nausea at the thought. Despite everything that transpired in one crazy hour, despite my better judgment, all I can think about is Bryce Sexton. His dark complexion, mixed with those coal-like eyes and square jaw, make him seem dangerous. Yet, when he spoke, his voice was smooth, and his touch was as soft as silk. He has a strong body, wide and lean, with a perfectly narrowed waist. While he overpowered me physically, I felt safe and protected in his presence. He knew things about me just by paying attention, and when he pried, I let him in. That was new for me. You haven't heard a word I've said, have you? Mom's question snaps me out of my daydream. Sorry, thinking of something that happened this weekend. I take a bite of my French toast. She lifts her coffee and speaks before taking a sip. It must have been an exciting Thursday night to have you daydreaming for 3 days. My fork drops onto my plate. How did you... I blanch. Are you spying on me? My mouth is full, so my words come out muffled. I called and you didn't pick up. With a swallow, I wipe my mouth with a napkin and ask in a pressing manner. Am I that pathetic that you always expect me to be home? She answers matter-of-factly. You must have been somewhere important to not return my call all weekend. I'm surprised you showed up today. I drop my chin. for our weekly breakfast. You do understand, this is more scheduled quality time than most adult women give their mothers. She lets out a dramatic sigh. Perhaps I should be one of those women who only sees her child on holidays. I'll wait by the phone for the occasional call when you feel like talking. I lift my fork and pointed at her light eyes, framed in thick black glasses. You'd never be able to handle it. Neither could you. Face it, kid. We're a team. You need me as much as I need you. I roll my eyes at her with a smile, knowing she's right. My mom has been my sole guardian and confidant my entire life. As the daughter of a single woman, you learn to be strong and confident together, especially when you make some rather poor choices and find you need your mom more than ever. What time are you picking up Charlie? She asks. I take a swig of my coffee. The Masons are bringing him home at 5. She leans her elbows on the table and rests her head in her palm. I hate that you let Charlie sleep over at Rob and Eleanor's house. And why the 4-day weekend? It's bad enough that you give him to them once a month. Do they really need to stretch it? They're good people, Mom. It was Rob's mother's 95th birthday. It seemed like the right thing to do. Just because their son is a grade-A asshole who neglects his child doesn't mean the Masons aren't good grandparents. You and I both know it's good for Charlie to know his family and that he's not completely unwanted. My mom lets out a harumph. And what is the sperm donor up to these days? Running a jet ski stand somewhere in Australia, I say with disdain. Ashton Mason was the love of my life for a solid 3 months. Yes, I understand how ridiculous that statement is now, but at the time, he was my everything. At 18 years old, I fell head over heels for this guy with dusty blonde hair and a crooked grin. He was the life of the party, and I worshipped the ground he walked on. That was until the day I told him I was pregnant, and he handed me money for an abortion. I threw the cash in his face and never saw his sorry ass again. The Masons didn't know they had a grandson until 2 years ago. Once they found out, they immediately started with the phone calls and emails, asking to see him. I welcomed it, but I kept them at an arm's length until recently. My mom must see the forlorn look on my face because she stretches her arm across the table and grabs my hand. I miss you. I don't like the house being so quiet. I like seeing Charlie's toys all over the living room and your makeup strewed across the dining room table. And I like hearing your music blaring at all hours of the day. The salon even misses you. Before I moved from Berkeley, I did bridal makeup at Fabuloso Salon. It was a great job to have as a single mother. I worked weekends and had 3 days off during the week to be with my baby. The pay was good, so long as I lived with my mother. But I can't be a child forever, especially when I have one of my own. I applied for a job at a prestigious salon and spa here in San Francisco, thinking they'd never hire me. Not only did I get the job, but also the pay is triple what I was making back home, and the tips are astronomical. I can afford to support my son and myself for the first time in 5 years. On a frugal budget, that is. Next time you go to Fabuloso, tell everyone I said hello and that I'm living it up in San Francisco. She squints one eye. And by living it up, you mean having unprotected sex with every man I meet on the sidewalk, I say, just as I pop a strawberry in my mouth and chew with a devilish grin. She doesn't seem amused, so I add, or tell them I took a job as a burlesque dancer. Tessa. She doesn't like my humor. I act surprised by her reaction. What? It's a form of artistic expression. She sits back and folds her arms across her beige pantsuit. Yes, my mom wears her empowerment clothes, even to casual meals with her daughter. You're being crude. Now, what's this talk of sex with men? I give her a deadpan expression. I was kidding. Her mouth purses, and she takes me in. Her chin rises with the intake of knowledge she's acquiring from a single expression. You've met someone. I glance down at my food. I'm not talking to you about this. Who is he? With a forceful stab, I pierce the red fruit and take a bite. He's no one. It was nothing. Just someone I found mildly attractive. That's all. She looks at me deeply and sways a finger. Be careful, Tessa Lynn. Be very careful. Men are only after one thing. As I can attest from the Lego-obsessed kindergartner who inhabited my womb. The waiter comes over with the coffee carafe and refills our cups. He asks if we need anything else, and I answer, no, as my mother looks back at me, as she silently thinks. When the waiter leaves, I add milk and sugar to my cup and lean back in my seat. Mom's arms are crossed as she taps her fingers on her arm. She lets out a breath. Tessa, you know I love Charlie with my heart and soul, and I can't imagine life without him. But please, take my advice now. You have so much going for you. This new life in the city and a career on the rise. And a man will only wash it away. I know, Mom. I agree. Think of Charlie. You have a chance to raise a boy who respects women, not sees a string of men coming in the household to use a woman and take off when they've had their fill. I know you have wants, but there are toys for that sort of thing. The woman sitting in the booth next to ours gasps at my mother's brazen mention of sex toys. Thank you for painting me as a gullible twit when it comes to the world of dating, I say with sarcasm. She uncrosses her arms and lets out a sigh. There are so many good men in the world. Lord knows my own father was a saint, bless his soul. You're a single mother in a big city. Take it from me when I say you are prey for the wrong kind of man. I have a ton of clients who sing the same song. You're right. I play with my empty sugar packet. You don't even need a man to procreate. You can just walk down to the bank and pick yourself up some sperm. I regret the comment as soon as I say it. It's the story of my life, my legacy. When my mother was in her 20s, she was swindled into a relationship with a man who said she was the personification of beauty and integrity rolled into one. Cheesy, I know. He pushed that a life without children was the best for them, and they embarked on a love affair filled with late-night parties and travel. Well, he traveled for work a lot, bringing her back lavish gifts. That was until she discovered he had a secret family in Burbank, including 3 children, one of whom was conceived during their relationship. Instead of getting mad, she swore off men, marched her size 6 power suit wearing ass down to the fertility clinic, and got pregnant on her own. Add that with my less than romantic knocked up story, and you have my mother, Kathleen Clark, a fortress of feminist solitude. At 58 years old, she is a women's rights attorney. She has appeared on a number of news programs, standing beside her clients, reading a statement on the lawsuit they're dropping on a firm. She's dedicated her life to sticking up for women who don't have a voice. She's brilliant and beautiful, and I'm beyond proud to be her daughter. That's why my heart sinks at the look on her face. My words hurt her. I can see that. Mom, you raised me to have a strong mind. I know firsthand what's out there, and I won't make the same mistake again. I only want what's best for you and Charlie. He doesn't need a man in his life to be a good human being. I can attest to that, I say proudly. Listen, I know this move is hard on you, but it's important to me that Charlie sees I'm doing this on my own. That's what you always taught me, that I was strong enough to make anything possible. Growing up, I had everything I ever needed because I was your everything. That's what I want for Charlie. To give him the world because he is my world. I'm making great money. He's in the best public school in the county, and he now has a personal relationship with all of his grandparents. Trust me when I tell you, a man is not in the cards for me right now. Grabbing the dessert menu off the table, I hand it over to her. Now, enough emotional talk for one day. I want to top off this meal with a ridiculously high-calorie brownie volcano. What do you say? A wide smile graces her face. I'd say I raised you right. Let's get whipped cream, too. Deal. My apartment is way too quiet without the constant sound of a television. For once, my floor is spotless, since I had a chance to put everything away while Charlie was at his grandparents'. It's not that he's a messy kid. I just feel like a kid should be able to be a kid, so I allow him to keep his toys out, especially when he's in the middle of building a pirate ship, rocket, or whatever other Lego toy he comes back with from the Masons. It took a long time for me to allow Rob and Eleanor this special weekend with Charlie. I never begrudged them a chance to see him. I hoped their desire to know their grandson would spark Ashton's affection for him. Instead, it did the opposite, sending him halfway across the globe. The farther Ashton travels, the more the Masons want to see Charlie. Knock, knock. It's still early for them to be here, so I look through the peephole and see Abby's curly brown hair. I open the door. Hey, stranger. Charlie's gonna be home soon. She walks in and heads into the small kitchen that's to the right of the entry. I'll only stay a few minutes then. I know how much you like your alone time with him after he's been away for the weekend. I should like the freedom, but I miss him. There's a fresh batch of cookies on my stove, so I grab a few and hand them to Abby. Pretty pathetic, huh? She grins as she takes a bite of warm, chewy goodness. God, you're the best, Mom. I lift my eyes to the sky as I walk to the fridge and take out the milk. Hardly. She swallows. Dude, you sleep on a pull-out couch so your kid can have his own room. As I pour 2 glasses, I look behind her at my sweet little living room and pull-out sofa that converts to my bed. Our television is sitting on my dresser, and the end tables double as nightstands. Luckily, the apartment has a large closet in the hallway that works well for my clothes. When I decided to move to San Francisco, I chose the neighborhood with the best elementary school. Turns out, the best school is in an expensive neighborhood. I might be making good money, but I need to save, and a one-bedroom apartment is helping me do that. The kitchen is tiny and lacking a dishwasher, but it has everything I need to make home-cooked meals. The bathroom has a tub that's too small for soaking, but it's the perfect size for Charlie to climb in and out of on his own. Taking a seat at the kitchen table, I place the glass of milk down in front of Abby. This apartment is all I can afford right now. Besides, it came with the best neighbor. And that, my friend, is a priceless commodity. Damn right. She lifts her glass to mine. We clink and take a drink. With her cookie tapping against her lips, she says, "So, Bryce Sexton." The cold milk almost gets lodged in my throat. I let out a cough. Nothing happened. I already told Christine when she cornered me in the lobby yesterday. Heard about that. She can be a bit dramatic. Abby smiles. Yeah, that. So, seriously, Christine said you two looked pretty intimate. I lean an elbow on the table and run my fingers along my lips. We shared the faintest of kisses, and my lips are still buzzing with the memory. She's exaggerating. She lowers her forehead and looks up at me, unconvinced. You were in his arms. Why would I break my no-man policy for a stranger on a roof? Because he's gorgeous? He's okay looking, sure, I state. She quirks her mouth, calling my bullshit, so I add, fine, he's hot, supermodel gorgeous, but... I dramatically raise a finger. He's a total douchebag. I mean, who gets down with his assistant and then blows her off like that? With a nod, she replies, That's a Sexton for you. All money and power, but no class. She speaks of them like she has first-hand information. You're familiar with the family? Only from Christine. Apparently, the Sextons are San Francisco royalty. They own, like, a bazillion newspapers and websites and apps and stuff like that. The father, Edward, is one of the wealthiest people in the state and was in the paper all the time when his first wife died and again when he remarried. His new wife is, like, some 20-something beauty queen, Missy Catarera. Missy. Oh, shit. Bryce and Austin wouldn't happen to be brothers, would they? They are, she sings. Why do you ask? No reason. I have every reason. Austin is Bryce's brother, the one who I told Missy I was at the party with. Then, that means I spilled my drink all over Bryce's stepmom and then thwarted an unwanted advance from his dad. Glad I didn't know that nugget of information to dwell on all weekend long. I officially detest every member of the Sexton family, even Austin. Although he hasn't done anything wrong, yet. Anyway, I wanted to make sure you were okay. I know how Christine can be. She's really a good girl. She just gets caught up in her own drama. I wave her off. No need to worry. I'm used to being ridiculed. Being single and pregnant before you're legal to drink will do that to you. I pull a strand of hair from my ponytail and roll it through my fingers. Has Christine... Did she and Bryce make up? She twists her mouth and slowly shakes her head. No. I think that's part of why she hates you right now. For the past couple of months, she's idolized that man, and she took a big chance on Thursday night. Seeing him with you was a real blow to her ego, you know? I don't think he likes her in that way. At least, that's how I'm reading the situation. I'm not sure if Christine is even telling the entire truth. Being in Bryce's arms was tender and welcoming. I haven't been on a date with a man in 6 years, let alone in the arms of one. For a moment, I let my guard down, and, of course, he swooped in with his charm and wit. He even had me smoking a cigarette, which definitely went straight to my head, making my judgment extra clouded. His body was heated, and I melted right into him as he bore down on me with smoldering black eyes and a mouth that was too succulent to look at. I would have let him kiss me. Hell, I would have let him devour me. And it would have been a mistake. When I heard Christine's voice and saw the look on her face, my entire heart shattered. My mind suddenly went clear, and I was able to see what was in front of me. An elusive cad who preyed on women. But why do I feel like I lost something? The knock on the door pulls me out of my thoughts. I pop up from the chair and open the door, only to see the most handsome little man in the world. Mommy! Charlie hugs my legs, tucking his head into my side. I lift him up from the ground and cradle him like a baby, even though he's 35 pounds and growing like a weed. I missed you so much, I say, as I bury my face in his neck, giving him 1,000,000 kisses. In return, I get the best present ever, his giggle. I whirl him in the air and place him on a chair in the kitchen. I'll see you later in the week, Abby says from behind as she walks out the apartment and waves to Rob and Eleanor Mason, who are standing just inside the doorway. I kneel in front of Charlie and ask him how his visit was. Grandpa took me to a baseball game, and they have a giant slide there. I was able to go on it as much as I wanted, and Grandma Mason let me bake with her. We made magic bars. She said they were my dad's favorite, so when he comes home, we can make them for him. Charlie is beaming as I turn to Eleanor and squint at her. Eleanor starts brushing imaginary dust off her shirt so as not to look me in the eye. I brush his mop of red hair off his forehead and give my son a kiss on the head. Charlie, Grandma and Grandpa have a long drive home. Say goodbye and then go put on pajamas. Like the good kid he is, he slides off the chair and runs to give the Masons goodbye hugs and kisses before scurrying into his room to change. Rob has his hands palm up, ready to defend himself. I know what you're going to say. I wasn't going to say anything. It's a lie. I have an entire monologue in my head that I'd love to unleash. They know the rules about bringing up Ashton. Eleanor looks at me like I'm being unreasonable. Ashton is his father, and mentioning him in conversation is hardly inappropriate. Charlie asks to look at the pictures of him all the time. I rub a hand over my face and try to think of how best to explain this to them. It's not that I want to pretend he doesn't exist, but to get Charlie's hopes up that his father will not only come home, but also want to spend time with him is cruel. Ashton loves that boy. Eleanor starts, but I hold a hand up to stop her. He's never met him. Asking how he is when he calls once a month is hardly loving his child. He never had a chance. She defends her only son. You sprang this pregnancy on him and then declared you were raising him alone. Ashton didn't even have a chance to be a father. I take a deep breath and calm my nerves. This is why Ashton is halfway around the world, living his life one whim at a time. His mother has always made excuses for him. When he lost his scholarship, it was because his professors had a bias against him since he was from a wealthy family. When he was arrested during a fraternity prank, she blamed the school for not chaperoning her son. When he was a father at 20, it was because his girlfriend wasn't on birth control. Nothing is Ashton's fault. Not even the fact that he's a deadbeat dad. I'm not sure Charlie should stay at your house anymore, I say, and watch their faces fall with shock and sadness. You can still see him, but I'm thinking the sleepovers are too much. No. Rob leans forward with raw emotion I've never seen on him before. Tessa, please. This... He pauses as if trying to compose himself. These weekends have been the only things we look forward to. Please don't take him away from us. My heart breaks in a million pieces at the sight of this man in his khaki trousers and navy sports jacket, pleading to see his grandson. Rob Mason should be on his sailboat or playing golf with his retired buddies. Instead, he wants to drive 3 hours every month so he can spend a few days bonding with his 5-year-old grandson. That was the point of all this, wasn't it? So Charlie could get to know his grandparents, to know where he came from. Ashton might be shit, but the Masons are good people. Enablers to Ashton's bad behavior, yes, but they're also decent people who truly love my little boy. I let out a long sigh. We'll have to see. But please, no more talk of Ashton. You two are enough for him. He looks forward to these weekends as much as you do. Eleanor grabs the pearls around her neck as she nods her head in little jerks. Her eyes are misty with sentimentality, even though she doesn't want to admit that I'm right. Rob grabs onto Eleanor's shoulders as he says, We are hoping to take him down to Legoland in a few weeks. He has a break, and it would make us so happy to spend the time with him. I don't think that's a good idea. He lowers his brows. Please, think about it before you make any decisions. That's all we ask. I nod as they say their goodbyes and head back down the hall. With them gone, I bang my head against the door and wonder how I'm going to get through the next 13 years of this kid's life without royally messing him up. I mean, I'm definitely going to mess him up a little. I'm a mom. It's my job to give him some sort of complex that he'll blame me for later. I'm just praying the damage is minimal. Charlie comes out of his room, wearing his Lego movie pajamas, and takes a seat on the couch. I sit next to him and curl my arm around his little body, pulling him into me. I love you. I sigh into his auburn hair. He looks up at me with his blue eyes and freckled cheeks. Mommy, can we go to the fisherman's house? The fisherman's house? You mean the fish store? No, where they have seals that sit on rocks. I want to go there. Oh. I raise my head with the realization and then settle it back into his. Fisherman's Wharf. Sure, we can go. I haven't been there since I was a little kid. Grandma Mason said Daddy loved to watch the sea lions. He did? That's nice, I say with a groan. Did you know he lives in Austria? Australia, I correct him, disheartened. Mommy? His voice sounds wary, and I lean back to see his face. Can we go to Australia to see Daddy? My entire world shatters. No, honey, it's really far away. Oh. His cherub-like face falls with a frown. This is why I don't want Ashton talk around Charlie. Not yet, at least. I know there will be a day when I have to endure him meeting his dad, and he'll probably think he hung the moon. I vowed I'd never tell him about how much the man didn't want him. That will always be my story. Until then, I have to protect this little boy. And that is why a man is not in the cards for me.
Chapter 5. Bryce. This has been the weekend from hell. The morning after the gala, news broke that a man was killed while driving in an underground street race. I knew my risk-taking brother Austin was behind the race, and I went into overdrive, making sure his name stayed out of the press and investigation. Then, the announcement that Missy was a major shareholder in the company made its way to Washington State, and the acquisition of the Seattle Gazette is hanging by a thread. People aren't willing to sell pieces of their industry to just any company, even if we are one of the most successful media outlets in the country. They want stability. Unfortunately, with Miss California Teen having a 25% share in the company, we are no longer projecting that. Now, it's Monday, and my head is reeling from 86 hours of keeping the company from falling apart. Austin is nowhere to be found. Missy has announced she's going to be making editorial decisions, and my new assistant, Jessica, Jacqueline, Janelle, whatever her name, I can't find her. Where the hell did she go? I shout into the air at no one as I pass her empty desk. It's the same one that 3 days ago was covered in hockey paraphernalia. Today, it's stark, except for a laptop and a package of Twizzlers. Slamming the door behind me, I walk over to my desk and open my desktop. It lights up to a search engine I was using before I went to my meeting. Tessa, San Francisco. This is stupid. Without a last name, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. For 4 days, I've been trying aimlessly to find the woman from the museum garden. I obtained the guest list to the gala, and Tessa's name isn't on it. Makes sense, considering she was there with Christine, who also wasn't invited. Christine's the only person who can tell me where to find Tessa. She's also the last person I want to speak to, or who wants to speak to me. It's a shame, because she was a damn good assistant. She knew what I needed, when I needed it. When I arrived at work, the 4 major newspapers would be on my desk, My televisions would be on the cable networks, and an espresso would be steaming hot, just waiting for me to indulge. She knew how I liked my files organized and always kept my schedule tight, and we had an unspoken knowledge of what calls I was willing to take and when. If I had a meeting out of the office, a fully charged iPhone portable charger was handed to me before I left, and she kept tied to-go sticks in her desk for when I ruined a shirt during the day, which I tend to do often. She knew to hand me an ibuprofen after a meeting with my father, and a scotch when I had to deal with Missy, and there was always a Red Bull waiting for me after our 4 o'clock deadline meeting. Christ, I'm an asshole. She was a great assistant and a beautiful girl, but her affection for me was not returned. 7 months she worked for me, and all I can think about is the woman who wowed me in 20 minutes. Tessa. I lean my weight into my office chair and let the springs bounce out my agitation. Tessa. She was witty and smart, beautiful, intriguing. We played a game of truth or dare that I can't seem to erase from my memory. Every laugh, every insight, every riddle into her life is etched into my brain. Tessa. The way she looked in that red dress was downright sinful. If I'd had just 10 more seconds with her, I would have had a better taste of those sweet lips. I would have trailed my mouth down the length of her neck and relished in the whimpers as I moved down to her breast. They were so full and round. I wanted to touch them more than I wanted to breathe. Tessa. We would have gone back to my place, where I'd have had that dress on the floor and her in my bed. I wouldn't have rushed. No, I'd have taken my time, savoring every inch of skin, and shown her what a gentleman I could be when I buried my head into her delicious. We need to talk. My dirty thoughts of Tessa are tarnished as Missy comes barging into my office. I'm busy. She continues to saunter in, her blonde hair pulled back in a sleek bun, showing off her diamond earrings that cost as much as the fancy car she has waiting for her out front. She takes a seat in one of the guest chairs on the opposite side of my desk. Don't sit.
Don't be rude to your mother.
She places her elbows on the armrests and crosses her legs. You're younger than me. With her toe, she reaches out and grazes my calf under the desk.
Think of the stamina.
One thing about Missy is she likes to use her sex appeal to fuck with people. She's not interested in me any more than she's interested in my father, her husband, but that won't stop her from using her body to achieve her goals. In this case, she's looking to get a rise out of me. What do you want, Missy? I bite.
I just heard from a little birdie that you're planning on buying the Seattle Gazette.
And they just heard you own a quarter of the company. Trust me when I tell you they're more upset by the news than you are. She points a finger.
Let me explain to you what the plan is.
As this is your second day on the job, let me inform you on what we do here, I state condescendingly. We run a print and digital media company. Buying newspapers around the country is how we increase our footprint. It's what paid for that fat diamond on your finger and the D's on your chest. Her mouth pinches.
You think you're funny.
You're right, I concede. It also paid for your nose, lips, and liposuction. With a deep breath, she shakes her head and ignores my comment.
I want to know why you're spending money when your father and I are preparing to liquidate.
You will do no such thing. My teeth grind.
Funny. I thought I had more shares than you.
Yet still not enough. Her beady eyes train steadily on me, and then she glances at her nails as if bored with our conversation.
You and your brothers seem to forget how careless you are.
My temples are starting to throb. While I love my late mother with every fiber of my being, I'll never forgive her for the careless mistake she made in her will. If any of the Sexton boys are convicted of a crime, they forfeit their shares to their father. It might not seem like a big deal, but when you have a brother with a passion for underground street racing, it makes your blood pressure rise with the idea that one arrest could cost you everything. Especially since Missy's first order of business was for a cross-platform expose on underground street racing. She's only doing it because she knows Austin's secrets, and she is dying to have him convicted of a crime. Any crime. Now, on top of everything else on my plate, I am writing a fucking expose with my assistant in order to keep Missy and her cronies away from the racing circuit and away from Austin. Where the fuck is my assistant? I growl under my breath.
Getting nervous?
She quirks a sinister brow. No. I ignore her stare and go back to typing on my computer.
I don't like the new assistant. She's too spirited.
She scoots her fingers like she's brushing away imaginary dirt.
What happened to Christine?
She has a new job.
No 2-week notice?
No.
Why do I feel like there's more to the story?
You'd love that.
Watch it, Bryce, or I'll have a full expose on men who take advantage of women in the workplace.
She smirks. I hit her with a glare. You wouldn't.
I should give her a call, chat, and see if she needs a recommendation for her new job. Something interesting must have happened because I recall seeing her at the gala.
She rises and straightens the skirt.
Can't say I enjoyed myself, though. Some wench spilled her drink all over my gown.
I let out a sarcastic laugh. If I knew who she was, I'd kiss her. Missy doesn't seem amused.
Well, her name was Tessa Clark, and you'll have to wait in line. She's one of your brother's whores.
My head jolts up. My heart begins to race. Adjusting my tie, I try to remain composed, even though my head is abuzz. Of all the people to know her name, it's Missy. She points a manicured finger at me and narrows her eyes.
You okay there? You look flushed.
Out, I curse. Get out. Not happy with being dismissed, she narrows her eyes as she saunters out of my office, leaving the door open. I'm quickly on my feet, looking for my assistant. Thankfully, she's back at her desk. With one arm on the doorframe, I lean forward to bellow orders, but I've forgotten her fucking name again. I start to consecutively snap my fingers as the J names roll through my mind.
Jalen,
she corrects with an eye roll. Clearly not impressed with my lack of memory today. Jalen. I say it a few more times to commit it to memory. I need you to look up a woman named Tessa Clark in San Francisco. She's mid-20s with long brown hair and violet eyes. She's holding up a yellow legal pad and feverishly taking notes.
Is this for a story?
With a grimace, I lie. Yes, find out where she lives. I pause and think better of it. No, find out where she works and get Austin on the phone now.
Austin?
The way she says his name rubs me the wrong way. Yes, my brother. I want him on the phone and find out what you can on Tessa Clark. As soon as I'm at my desk, I wait for the red light on my phone to light up, showing me she's getting Austin on the phone. The line doesn't appear. It still doesn't appear. Damn it, what did Austin do to this girl, making her so afraid to call him? I pick up the phone and ring his extension myself. His assistant, Stephanie, picks up.
Austin Sexton's office.
Put him on, and don't you dare tell him it's me on the line. Say it's his mechanic. Yes, my brother is more inclined to pick up the phone for the man who rotates his tires than he is to answer me. If I know one thing about my brother, it's his love of cars. Joey, I need you to check the engine on the Camaro, Austin answers. It's not Joey, and I have a question for you. Who is Tessa Clark? There's a pause on the other end, and his answer feels like it takes an eternity to come out. You called to ask about a girl? He asks in a confused yet intrigued manner. Missy said she was one of your, I choose a better adjective, girls. Where would she get that notion? I'm losing my patience. Did you go to the gala with her or not? When have I ever brought a date to a work function? He answers incredulously. He has a point. Austin has never arrived at an event with a date. He's left with one countless times, but in his years of attending these functions, he's never brought a girl. Still, it doesn't quite answer my question. Calm down there, killer. I can hear you growling through the phone. I've never heard of a Tessa, nor have I ever met a Tessa. She must be smoking hot to get you all worked up, so if you see her, please send her my way. Fuck you. Aw, Bryce has a crush. Austin is amused, and I hang up before I get to hear any more. Jalen knocks on my open office door.
Mr. Sexton, I found 3 Tessa Clarks. One is an 80-year-old retiree, another is a 17-year-old lacrosse player, and the third works at Lumiere Salon and Spa.
There has to be more than 3 Tessa Clarks in all of San Francisco, but I don't feel like berating my assistant on her lack of research knowledge. Hopefully, the one she found is my Tessa. I look at my calendar. It's packed, yet I'm going to do something out of character. Make me an appointment at the spa. Use my name and make sure it's with her.
But,
she interjects. I dismiss her. I know I have meetings. Get me in at 4 o'clock. I'll sit out of the deadline meeting and have Austin fill me in when I return.
Yes, sir,
Jalen says as she walks backward out of the room, chewing on her pen. I open my desk drawer and take out the bottle of Johnny Walker Blue I keep in there. I just told my assistant to book me an appointment at a spa. I haven't done anything like this in ever. A massage in the middle of the workday? It's absurd. My skin starts to itch at the thought. Asking Austin to sit in for me at the deadline meeting is a big deal, but he really can't fuck that up. If I don't like what he tells me, I can make changes when I return. The most important thing is, I get to see Tessa. Now, I just have to think of what to say.
Chapter 6. Tessa. Lumiere Salon and Spa is the most beautiful place I have ever worked. With cream-colored walls and marble countertops, the lobby is serene and peaceful. Behind the registration desk are 2 doors. The one on the right opens up to a long hallway that leads to locker rooms, steam rooms, a meditation room, saunas, and, of course, the treatment rooms. On the left is chaos. The salon portion of Lumiere is a constant bellowing of hair dryers, sinks rinsing, people chattering, and music blaring. We have clients who come in for daily blowouts or monthly root touch-ups, and some who are treating themselves for a day of luxury. There are manicure tables, pedicure baths, and 4 makeup stations. That's where I work. I have a few regular clients who come in every morning to get their face put on. It surprises me that women have that much money to burn when they literally utter the words, "I have nothing to do today but hang around the house, so I figured I'd come in and get made up." On the flip side, you get the businesswoman who wants to look killer to secure the deal, the bride who is excited about her big day, the girl who wants to look special for a date, or, my favorite, the revenge beauty who wants to look amazing when she sees her ex on a Friday night. Today, it's super slow. I'm sitting in my makeup chair, looking through my phone, when Emmanuel, my manager, comes up behind me. "Stand up." I raise my eyes from my iPhone and look at him through the mirror. "Is there a problem?" "You're not going to attract clients looking like a slug in a chair." He speaks with an Italian accent. I look at the other chairs around me that are full with women getting their makeup done by the other artists. He pushes me on the shoulders as a means to get me out of the seat. "You should be walking around and schmoozing with the clientele, getting their hair colored. Tell them how beautiful they look and compliment them on their complexion. Give them some tips on how to give them a new look. Walk them to your seat and get them hooked." I rise. "I'm not a saleswoman." "You should be." He looks up at me from his 5'2" stature and pushes his trendy Armani glasses up his nose. "You're one of the best, Tessa, but I need you to push yourself. Get in front of the people and build your client list. You can't work on random bookings alone. The other artists can't take any appointments for the next 3 weeks because they're booked. You need to start bringing in some business, not just relying on being the one who's always available." Damn if that little speech isn't a blow to my ego. Aisha, the receptionist, walks over and hands me a client card. "Your 4 o'clock is here." I furrow my brows. "My 4 o'clock?" "Yeah, they asked specifically for you," she says with a grin, and then walks away. I give Emmanuel a gloating smile. "See? I am bringing in clientele. I am keeping my eye on you." He adjusts the collar on my button-down to make sure I'm fully presentable and walks away just as my new client comes walking in behind Aisha. Wait. There must be some mistake. This can't be my 4 o'clock because the person walking around the reception desk is none other than Bryce Sexton. "Tessa, I'd like you to meet Bryce. Can I take your jacket, sir?" she asks Bryce, who declines despite having his eyes trained on me. I have to tame my breaths as I look up into his dark gaze, which is smoldering under the fluorescent lighting. He's wearing a suit, like the one he wore the other day, but in the bright light, he is even more handsome. He's also the prick who let his assistant go down on him. You'd be wise to remember that, Tessa. What are you doing here? I ask him, despite my surprisingly dry mouth. His eyes dart around the room. The chair, artists, mirrors, and then back at me. I thought I made a spa appointment. I didn't realize you worked in the salon. I nod ever so slowly. I do. And you made an appointment to see me? His feet stand strong, with his shoulders presenting a firm posture of power. Yet there's something about the way his hands are buried in his pockets, with his thumbs bouncing inside the fabric, that makes me think he's slightly nervous. I wanted to see you again, he says. Well, I don't want to see you. This is an invasion of my personal space. You didn't seem to mind the other night. That was before I found out you let my friend give you a blowjob in your office. My words are a little too loud because I catch an odd glance from the client sitting in a nearby chair. A blow. Bryce leans forward with pleading eyes. There seems to be some confusion. I'd like to explain. What happened with Christine was a mistake. I scoff at him. Okay. I know Christine is the one who seduced him, but I don't need to let him know that. The truth is, he was intimate with his assistant and then cast her aside. That's a dick move if you ask me. Pun intended. I cross my arms. I need you to leave. Is that what you say to all your paying customers? I want to laugh and explain he made a grave mistake, making an appointment with me, when Emmanuel walks into the area and looks at my posture and the fact that Bryce is still standing. I pull Bryce by the arm and lead him to my chair. As Bryce folds his extra-large frame into the tiny makeup chair, Emmanuel catches the sight and stops to look. I give him a shrug and hold up a makeup brush. Emmanuel would never say anything to a male client getting their makeup done. I mean, this is San Francisco. I turn around and look at my table of cosmetics that are laid out. What hue would you like? Excuse me? Makeup. I'm a makeup artist. This seems to be the moment that Bryce actually takes off whatever rose-colored glasses he walked in here with and finally notices what's around him. Namely, at the plethora of makeup on my workbench. He holds up his hands and starts to stand. No. I push him back in his seat. Yes. He looks up at me with a bewildered expression. If I wasn't so annoyed at him for what he did to Christine, I'd say he looked rather adorable. I lift a bottle of lotion, squirt a small amount onto my palm, and rub my hands together. If you want to talk to me, then you're gonna have to do it here. Here? He asks, as I rub the lotion across his clean-shaven jaw. He smells like aftershave and expensive cologne. You wanted the appointment with me, and now you've got it. My boss is staring at us, so if you leave, I might as well lose my job. So, it's sit and talk, or rise and walk away forever. I move my hands up to his forehead and down the bridge of his nose. My fingers work the temples, eliciting a soft groan from his lips. I won't lie and say that sound isn't incredibly sexy, because it is.
Just don't go crazy, he warns. I have a 5 o'clock meeting.
This brings a little smile to my face. Don't worry. I'll make sure you look great. With his face nice and hydrated, I grab a triangular white sponge and apply some base foundation to it. I blot it onto his skin, taking note of the strong angles of his face, the high cheekbones, square jaw, and broad forehead. He has a natural tan to his skin. Couple that with the way his eyes are staring sincerely into mine, and I'm having a hard time concentrating on what I'm doing. Makeup. Right. He needs some blush. Bryce doesn't seem to notice as I pick up the rose palette and take a swipe with a wide brush. His eyes are still trained on mine. What? I ask.
Nothing happened between me and Christine.
I make sure the brush gets some extra powder on it and swipe it onto his skin. His voice softens as he continues.
She's your friend, so she must have told you that I stopped anything before it happened. I walked into my office, and she was in lingerie. I tried to get her to put her clothes on, but she kept taking them off. The most I saw were her breasts, and that was it. And she groped me through my pants, but I stopped her. I had a momentary lapse in judgment, but I put an end to it immediately. It was my fault it even went that far. I should have walked out of the room as soon as I entered, but I didn't. It was foolish.
My hand halts at his words. He's apologizing. It's an interesting concept, a man who owns up to his wrongdoings. You don't owe me an explanation. You hardly know me.
I know enough, he whispers. I know you hate crowds as much as I do, and you want to change the past just as much as you don't want to mess with the present. You are vulnerable yet strongly defensive. You have wit and humor and, if I dare say, a smart mouth. I might not know you, but I know enough to know I'd make a fake appointment just to see you again.
Eyeshadow. He needs eyeshadow. Maybe blues to go with the damn feelings he's giving me. Not blues of sadness, but of calming. His voice is like a lake on a calm summer day. Where I was tense a moment ago, I now want to bathe by his peaceful shores. You're good, I say, applying the eyeshadow on his almond-shaped lids. He grins. So I've been told. Okay, so you stopped whatever was happening with you and Christine. I can believe that. Feel better?
I won't until you agree to go out with me.
I mix in a darker hue on the crease to make his eyes pop. I'm not in the market for a man.
Are you seeing someone?
Not that it's any of your business, but no.
Then you're free.
I stop what I'm doing and lean back at his assumption. Why does every man assume that, just because a girl is single, she'll go out with you? He answers matter-of-factly.
Because they usually do want to go out with me.
It's getting hard to take him seriously. He currently has ruby red cheeks and bright blue eyeshadow on his face. Great. So you're a player.
On the contrary, I don't date. I do, however, want to take you out to dinner.
I grab the mascara. Why?
I already told you.
Is this some type of thrill of the chase kind of thing? I say, as I look down and dip the mascara wand into the container.
He grabs my wrist and forces me to look up at him. If I were simply interested in a game of chase, would I be sitting here, letting you apply a disastrous amount of makeup on my face? You don't think I realize what you're doing, but I know I look like a clown.
He does. He looks like a complete fool, and when he leaves here, every head will turn to look at the 6'3" man in the sharp suit with the face of a drag queen. I tilt my head to the side and appraise him. His gaze is steady, determined. His hand is holding my wrist, but his grip is soft. Loosening my arm from his grasp, I state, I don't date. My life is complicated.
Then let's uncomplicate it. Just a quiet dinner.
No.
A picnic in the park?
No.
A cup of coffee?
No.
What if I told you I'd book an appointment with you every day until you said yes?
He asks with absolute conviction. I grab the lipstick and go to work on a nice, deep red. I'll tell you what. If you go back to work and leave this on for the rest of the day, I'll think about it. He lifts the side of his mouth.
You'll think about it? Tessa, I run one of the most successful media companies in the country. I have a debrief at 5, a sales meeting at 5:30, and a data report with 26 members of my staff at 6. I cross my arms over my body, leaning back and nodding my head, satisfied with my work.
Good. Then I'll expect a selfie at 7. He rises from the chair. Where I felt powerful moments ago, I now feel small, dwarfed by his imposing frame of hard steel. He inches closer to me, pinning me with his physical prowess. Even with that ridiculous mask on, he still bears this intense hold over me. My heart starts pumping wildly as blood surges through my veins at the sheer heat of his body. I square my shoulders and match his stance, letting him know how serious I really am.
I can't do that.
His pupils dilate, and his jaw twitches. I raise my chin. I know. Your reputation means more to you than anything. He growls. A real growl that makes my belly flutter as he storms away without another word. Just like I thought, every head turns at the sight of him. Not just because he is a man in a suit and a full face of rouge. It's also because he looks absolutely breathtaking. Damn him and his handsome face.
Chapter 7. Bryce. I left Tessa's work, looking like a drag queen. The looks I got as I walked out the door of Lumiere solidified my fate. I tried to remove as much as I could in the car, but soap was necessary. Running warm water over my face, I look up at the mirror and see I have red cheeks and black smudges under my eyes from where she lined them in eyeliner.
Mr. Sexton, are you there? They're looking for you in the boardroom.
My new assistant says as she appears near the open door of the ensuite bathroom in my office. I turn in her direction, making her stop suddenly when she takes one look at my face, immediately backing away, covering her eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can...
It's not what it looks like. She holds up her hands.
No worries here, I don't judge.
No, it's just... I drop my head in frustration.
Tessa,
She says, and I can hear the smile she's trying to hide. You could have warned me. I suspiciously eye her through the mirror as I wipe more of it off, which only seems to be smudging it more. Is this from the mascara? Jesus, women have to do a lot to remove this shit.
Here, give me a second. I have something that will help.
She says as she walks out of the room. When she returns, she hands me a small plastic package.
They're makeup remover wipes. I keep them with me if my eyeliner runs.
I shake my head as a sigh escapes my lips. After I take them from her, she leans back on the doorframe.
In my defense, I did try to tell you what she did for a living when you asked me to make you an appointment.
I pause and raise my brows at her. She clearly is not intimidated.
You were pretty set on seeing her. Is it too forward of me to ask who she is?
Yes.
Well, she must be someone special if you let her do this to you.
I meant yes, it's too forward for you to ask. I growl, opening the pack and removing a wipe. She shrugs.
Okay, sorry. Just thought I might be able to offer some advice. I mean, you obviously have a thing for her.
I don't even know her. A tiny laugh escapes from her.
I figured. Do you know anything else besides her name and where she works?
I wipe my face clean and then pat it down with a towel. No, and I doubt I will now. She wanted me to send her a picture of me at my meeting with my face looking like a clown. She laughs out loud, her hazel green eyes widening with amusement. I glare at her through the mirror, making her clear her throat to compose herself.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't blame you for not doing that, so what did you do to make her mad?
Why do you assume I did something? Walking back to my desk, I straighten my tie and grab my pad folio. I open it and make sure I have all my documents for the meeting. She takes the spot on the other side of my desk and tilts her head at me, biting her lip like she wants to say something. I try to ignore her, but I have a feeling she's going to say what's on her mind anyway.
Please don't think I'm being out of line here.
I slam my pad folio shut. Those words are usually followed by something that is way out of line. Her mouth tilts up to the side.
You're not the most charming.
You mean like my brother? I ask her with an air of insinuation. She shakes her head.
Austin is not charming. He's rude and condescending.
I stand up straight and raise my chin. Do I even want to know what that makes me?
Cold,
she says, and instantly retreats like she's afraid I'll unleash fire and fury on her. Why would you say that?
What's my name?
She asks confidently. My mind goes blank. Shit. Jocelyn, Jessalyn, Jacqueline.
Jalen,
she says, ending my internal guessing game. My apologies, I say sincerely. I'm not a cold-hearted asshole. I've had a lot on my mind lately. She brushes off my apology.
Not needed. You're a busy guy, I get it. You're also one of the most eligible bachelors in the city. I would think women are doing whatever they can to get your attention, despite your less than warm personality. No offense.
If she only knew what I'd been through with girls throwing themselves at me. Shit, it's the only reason she has a job right now. None taken, I say, finding I like her honesty, as unprofessional as it might be with this conversation. And don't worry, I'm giving up.
Funny, I didn't take you for a quitter,
she says. It's called cutting your losses. We do it in business all the time.
Is that why you're going through with the purchase of the Seattle Gazette, despite the numerous loopholes the current shareholders are putting you through?
That's different.
Eventually you'll break down that wall,
she states with a definitive nod. How do you know she has a wall up? She shrugs.
We all do. It's just a matter of who is worthy of tearing it down.
For a young desk assistant, she has a maturity about her, like her life hasn't always been a cakewalk. Only those who have endured struggle can easily spot someone else's internal conflict. I give her a nod in acceptance of her advice and walk through my office.
Oh, and sir?
She calls to me as I'm almost out the door. I turn to see her pointing to the side of her neck.
You have a little concealer behind your ear.
I grab a tissue and vigorously wipe the side of my face as I walk down the hall, and I toss it in the trash as I enter the 5 o'clock debrief. From there, I head to the sales meeting and am then pulled on an emergency phone call because our Chicago affiliate has run into a legal matter regarding one of its major stories for tomorrow. I'm late to my data report, and then I get on another call with Chicago before returning 11 other calls. I am out the door at 8:30 and down in the parking garage where Brantley is waiting for me with my car. Early night, Mr. Sexton, Brantley says as I climb into the back seat. My head throbs, my back is aching, and I just want to close my eyes, but I can't. Still more work to be done, but I can take care of it from the home office. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Besides, I promised Sarah I'd have you home in time for dinner. Brantley looks back at me through the rearview mirror as he pulls out of the garage. I work when you work. Don't be cutting your day short on account of me. Who said I was doing it for you? I like your wife too much to keep her husband waiting in a car all night on her anniversary. I reach into my breast pocket and pull out a business card. I reserved you a table at Acquarello. They know you'll be arriving late. He holds up the back of his hand. Sir, I cannot accept that. Leaning forward, I push the card between his fingers. You can when it's your 40th anniversary. It's the least I can do. Brantley takes the card and briefly looks down at it. When we're at a red light, his eyes meet mine in the mirror with a crinkle to them. You're a good man, just like your mother. I nod with a faint smile. Settled back in my seat, I look out the window and unbutton the top button of my collared shirt. My mother would have done more than made a simple reservation for Brantley and Sarah. They've been part of our family for 20 years. Brantley used to make deliveries for my mom, and Sarah was our babysitter. When Sarah was diagnosed with breast cancer a few years ago, I offered him the job as my driver, so he'd have the flexibility to take his wife to her treatments in the middle of the day and keep his benefits. I have my own car and don't really need a driver, but it's been nice to get things done while being chauffeured. Sarah is now in remission, but our arrangement stays. Brantley is not only a great driver who gets me around town, but he's also a friend. How did you meet Sarah? I ask. I met her at dinner. A blind date? It was a double date, except she wasn't my date. She showed up with my best friend. The moment I saw her, I couldn't take my eyes off her. I spent the entire evening talking across the table, completely ignoring my date. By the end of the night, I told my buddy, I'm going to marry your girl. You stole your best friend's date? What did he do? He gave me a right hook, and then he gave me her work address. He laughs at the memory. I had a shiner for days. I'm sure she was surprised to see you at her job. Surprised? She was livid, ignored me for weeks. She worked in a candy store, and I stood out there every day for a month with a single rose, waiting for her to go on a date with me. She said she'd never date a man who went after his best friend's girl. Sounds like someone I know. How did you get her to agree? Well, she wouldn't go on a date with me, so I brought the date to her. Made a picnic right there on the corner. Seems like a lot of trouble to go through to get a girl. When you meet the woman of your dreams, you don't stop until she's yours. Persistence. Old or young, the advice seems to be the same. Today, that would be considered stalking. You don't want to know the things we used to get away with that would be considered much worse than stalking, he says as he pulls up to my building. Would you require anything more for the evening, Mr. Sexton? I lay a hand on his shoulder. Have a great night with your wife. Stay out late and take the day off tomorrow. Brantley starts to argue, but I get out and close the door behind me. I walk into the lobby while simultaneously emailing Jalen to call C's Candy in the morning and have a delivery made to Brantley and Sarah's house tomorrow. I take the elevator to the 41st floor and unlock my front door. When I bought the condo last year, Austin didn't understand why I needed a 5,200 square foot house. The penthouse he understood. But 3 bedrooms for a bachelor seemed like a waste. As I walk into the living room with the 2-story high ceilings and floor-to-ceiling windows that look out into the city, I reaffirm why I bought this place. The view. The apartment wraps around the building, giving me a 360-degree view of San Francisco. The bright lights of the city are set against the pitch black of night. From my bedroom upstairs, I can watch the sunrise over the bay. I toss my briefcase onto the couch and remove my jacket. I grab a Peroni from the refrigerator and walk upstairs to my room. Growing up, we lived in a beautiful home, but it was nothing like the opulence of this place. We had family pictures everywhere and lines on the walls to show how tall we were getting every year. The living room had an old shag carpet my mother found endearing and refused to tear up after it was no longer in style. Each of our rooms was decorated to our own particular tastes. Tanner had his comic book artwork, Austin's was fast cars, and I had a huge poster of Bora Bora above my desk. My room now is void of any art, just white walls, gray furniture, and crisp white bedding. I turned the television on Fox News to see what the networks are talking about tonight. These days, it's all politics. It's the same for the newspapers. There are fewer and fewer human interest stories hitting the front pages. Everything is Washington with a dash of Hollywood. If we're lucky, 13 members of a Thai soccer team get rescued from a cave, and you remember that there is humanity in the world. Our websites are different. There, the opportunity to expand our reach allows us to produce interviews and stories that were once the norm in the news world but have since become obscure. It's been working great, as our revenue is up in digital. I change my clothes in my walk-in closet where I have rows and rows of suits. I very rarely allow myself to wear jeans, and that's mostly because I don't go anywhere that would warrant them. A pair of linen pants is about as casual as I get outside of the house. At night, I relax, and that is because I'm always alone. I change into a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt and walk into the office that is adjacent to my bedroom. The East Coast papers will be finalizing their trades, and I like to view them before they go to print. I have yet to make a change, but I need to be in control of every decision because, at the end of the day, it's my ass on the line. I turn on my desktop, take a big swig of beer, and click open my email. 117 have come in since I left the office. I run my hand down my face and look at the correspondence. I skim down and answer the most urgent first and work my way through the rest. Like this one from Missy. To Bryce Sexton. From Missy Sexton. Subject: Racing article. As per last week's meeting, I spoke with the mayor, and he is thrilled we are investigating the underground street racing epidemic in San Francisco. While your new assistant has volunteered for the responsibility of laying the groundwork, I'd like you to know I am assigning my own investigative reporter. It's not that I don't trust you and your assistant to do the work, I just don't trust you with assistance. Missy Sexton, President of Corporate Strategies, Sexton Media. This is why my work never ends. In her bid to rid Austin of his shares, Missy is using our company to expose him as an illegal underground street racer. Of course, she can't just do something like have the cops investigate him. Missy has to make it flashy and cause a whole lot of drama in the meantime. It's all a game of control to her. Not only do I have to run a company, but I also have to run interference with my family. I like my job because I'm fucking good at it, and it gives me honor to fulfill my mother's legacy. I just never imagined it would suck everything out of me. This is not how I envisioned my life at 30 years old. I was supposed to have a worn passport, a beautiful woman by my side, and maybe even a kid or two. Yeah, imagine that. Me with a family. I certainly wasn't going to live in a high-rise in San Francisco. I'd have a house in Montecito, coach Little League, and have family game night on Saturdays like we did as kids. The only games I play these days are how low can I get the Seattle Gazette before the shareholders realize they've been swindled. Keeping up with Austin is like having a teenager, and when I want to have a proud dad moment, I just talk to Tanner and hear all about his accomplishments in school. Who am I kidding? This is no fucking life. I can't even date because every woman I go out with is everything but the kind of woman I want in my life. They're society brats or gold diggers or boring as shit. God, I sound like a fucking asshole. That's because I am. I run the heel of my palms over my eyes. In the darkness, I see her face. Tessa. I should be pissed at her for giving me a face full of makeup, but if I'm honest, it makes me only want to know her more. A woman who is ballsy enough to do that to a man, let alone a man of my stature, intrigues me to no end. Most of all, I can't stop thinking about her smile. Her full lips quirk up to the side when she wants to laugh, but is too proud to let it out. She did it today, and I've been envisioning it ever since. I slam my hands on my desk, shaking my head in defeat. I don't have time for this. I don't have time to be pining over a woman. I don't have time to date. I don't have time to be thinking about how I don't have time. Yet, all I do is think about her. All the damn time. Maybe tomorrow, I'll wake up and she'll be out of my head.
Chapter 8. Tessa.
Either he really likes to park, or he's got some funky driving habits.
I hear Emmanuel's sass behind me. I turn around to see him and Aisha staring through the blinds of Lumiere Salon and Spa onto Main Street. Aisha puts her hand out, palm up. $20 says he stays for another hour. Her chin nods toward me. Or until she goes out to talk to him. Emmanuel leans back and gives my body a once-over.
He'll leave in 10 more minutes.
I walk over to stand next to them. What are you two staring at? Aisha points out the window. That black Tesla was parked by Starbucks and then moved to the spot in front of our building before going back to Starbucks. Then it sat by the drugstore for a little while, and now it's on the corner across the street. I look at the sleek car idling on the curb. It looks innocent enough, perfectly parallel parked between two cars. As if the driver, knows we're talking about it, it starts to back up.
See? He's a-leaving. You owe me.
Emmanuel gloats. Aisha waves him off. No, he's just moving to the spot that just opened up. It's perfectly in between here and Starbucks. I look out the window again and see the car is moving exactly where Aisha said it would. Why is that a perfect spot? So he can pretend to bump into you when you leave and walk to Starbucks. She turns to me and answers with a sachet to her body. I stare at her, dumbfounded. Who is he? It's your client, that tall drink of water, Bryce Sexton, the one who let you paint his face. The man obviously has a thing for you. That, or he has some serious drag aspirations, she explains.
He's definitely not gay. I have a perfect gaydar.
Emmanuel chimes in, albeit disappointed. Aisha continues. I saw him when I got my coffee earlier. He's been playing musical parking spots all morning. Bryce Sexton, I repeat with dismay. This guy has gone from charming to stalker in less than a week. Why would he assume I'd be going to Starbucks? Everyone goes to Starbucks. The two answer in unison and then resume their posts of spying out the window. The club music playing in the speakers of the salon is making my heart race faster than normal. He can wait out there all day. There's no way I'm going out with him. He asked you out? Aisha asks, her eyes widening with interest. I shrug my shoulder. I told him I'm not interested.
Why not?
Emmanuel and Aisha say with simultaneous head flicks. I lean back at the feeling that I'm about to be scolded. That man is fine with a capital F, not to mention rich, Aisha states.
He's way out of your league,
Emmanuel adds.
I try not to be offended.
No, I'm totally offended. For your information, I am way out of his league, I state with a nod, although I'm not sure if I'm trying to convince Emmanuel or myself. And I don't need a rich man to make me happy. I don't need any man, period. The two stare at me for a moment. Aisha unblinking, but Emmanuel can't seem to stop blinking. Suddenly, they resume their personalities. "Girl's out of her damn mind," Emmanuel states, twirling his finger next to his head. The international sign of crazy. Seeing that these two are of no help in my predicament, I head back to my station. "You're not going to leave the man out here all day, are you?" Aisha's question forces me to turn around. "And say what?" "How about, move your damn car from my salon because you're taking up valuable parking?" Emmanuel says matter-of-factly. He's going to start scaring the clients. No one likes a man who spies on the neighborhood. I fold my arms and tilt my head. "Kind of like you two voyeurs peering between the blinds?" Aisha shushes me. "This is surveillance. Now go. You have 30 minutes until your next client." I look at Emmanuel for permission. "You heard the woman," he says with a shoe. "Go." With a heavy sigh, I reluctantly start to head outside. "Don't forget your bag." Aisha rushes behind me with my tote bag. I take it from her and walk over to the Tesla. The windows aren't tinted, so I can see Bryce through the window, head down and thumbing on his phone. I rap a knuckle on the glass, causing him to jump out of his seat at the surprise knocking. I can see my scowl in the reflection of the glass as he rolls down the window. "Do I need to be concerned about you?" I ask, with my hands on my hips. His sunglasses are covering his eyes, so I watch his full mouth as it opens and closes, with no words coming out. "Are you stalking me?" He looks shaken by my appearance, which is interesting, because the 2 times I've met him, he's been nothing but poised and controlled, dominating even. "I was just about to grab coffee." His words sound rehearsed. The fact that he looks like Charlie after I've caught him stealing cookies before dinner is almost adorable. Almost. "I thought you didn't lie." The receptionist at Lumiere noticed a black Tesla parked outside. She's been sitting in the window as you moved from one parking spot to another before she recognized you. If you really wanted coffee, then you would have gone inside to get one. Bryce looks up at the front window of Lumiere and sees Emmanuel and Aisha, both dressed in head-to-toe black, like spies, standing inside, looking back at us. They raise their hands and wave. He falls back into his seat. "Then I suppose you wouldn't believe me if I told you I'm on a stakeout. An investigative piece on luxury salons." "You can do better than that," I say, tapping my foot. He smiles at me, amused. "There's a cockfighting ring in the city, and we have sources that say the most lucrative cock in all of San Francisco fights in the basement of this very salon." I raise a brow. "Who's your source?" "A disgruntled hair washer," he replies. "She wants to move up to stylist, but is low in the pecking order of the company." God, he's cheesy. It's like he hasn't joked in years, and this is the best he can do. I quirk my lips to the side and suppress a smile. "You're pretty cocky, aren't you?" "Just trying to work my way into the henhouse." That was pretty lame. Cute, but lame. This chicken has to get back to work. I turn and walk away. Bryce gets out of the car, quickly closes the door and calls out from where he's standing.
I've been sitting in my car for the last hour, trying to think of something witty to say.
His admission has me stop in my tracks. I don't turn around as he continues.
I can't stop thinking about you. And yes, I know that sounds creepy, but I like you. And I want to buy you a cup of coffee. Just one cup. And after that, I promise I'll never bother you again.
While the guy isn't great at being cheesy, he can do honest really, really well. I look up at the window and see Aisha and Emmanuel mouthing to me, "Turn around and go with him." With a roll of my eyes, I face Bryce. His hands are buried deep in his pockets. His sunglasses are now slid up to the top of his head, and he's looking at me with puppy dog eyes. I fold my arms over my body. I didn't get a text last night with a certain photo.
I told you I couldn't do that,
he says earnestly. I sigh heavily. Look, I appreciate the effort. Showing up as a client yesterday was one thing, but waiting outside my job? I can't do this kind of relationship. I have other things that...
I'm not trying to scare you. I promise. I'm being an idiot.
You think? I say, almost laughing. He takes a deep breath, pausing for a moment, as if trying to decide if what he's about to say is worth saying.
On the roof, you said something. How you can have a clear vision of what you want. Then something happens, and everything you thought you were going to have evaporates. I know how that feels. And I guess I wanted to spend time with someone who knows what that's like.
My heart stops. For as long as I've been alive, I've never met someone who has listened to the words I've said and remembers them. While I want to call him on his bullshit, there's something in the way he's standing here, on the corner of a busy street, wearing a black suit, and confessing to a woman that he's been sitting in his car, nervous to ask her to coffee, that has me questioning everything. His almond-shaped eyes sweep over my face and crinkle slightly as I take him in. He's a workaholic and a womanizer and a smoker. He's also a guy who has had his heart shattered and was called Porky as a little kid. I don't know why those two facts stand out to me, but they do. They make him vulnerable. I'll probably never understand why this man is so intrigued by me. But if I'm being honest, there's something about him that has me completely beguiled. One coffee, and you promise no more surprise visits to my work? He must hear the willingness in my tone because he pushes, just a little.
Did I say coffee? I meant dinner.
I ignore his joke. I only have 20 minutes until I have to go back. If you really are planning on going to Starbucks, I'll let you buy me a muffin, since I already had coffee. A genuine smile graces his lips.
A muffin it is.
He takes a step closer, and I inhale sharply before shouldering past him toward the coffee shop that's just a few yards away. He's at the door before I am.
After you.
Thank you, I whisper under my breath. I run my hands together and find they're a little sweaty. We're off the crowded streets and in the confines of Starbucks. My face is in line with his pectorals, which are clearly defined through his crisp white button-down. His strong build and impressive stature are a lot to take in when I'm trying not to notice how attractive he is. His face is freshly shaven, which only shows off his square jaw and impossibly full mouth. I remember what it was like to be close to those lips. Of course, that was before I knew he was, well, him. His eyes smolder when he catches me staring at him, so I quickly turn around, practically whipping him in the face with my ponytail. My focus is fixed on the display case filled with cookies, cake pops, and breakfast sandwiches. The barista is foaming up lattes, and another is calling out to-go orders. The room smells heavenly of coffee, but my senses keep zeroing in on the intoxicating aroma of Bryce's cologne. When it's our turn, I order a blueberry muffin, and he orders an espresso. Needing some space, I leave him to wait for his drink alone while I grab a table. I lightly tap my fingers to the Adele song playing on the speakers and watch him wait and scroll through his phone. His brows furrow as his thumbs tap on the screen. The barista calls his name twice before Bryce looks up from his phone. "You look distracted," I say, as he sits down at our table. He pushes his phone into his pocket. "I've received 32 emails in the time it took for me to convince you to have coffee with me. I'm not used to stepping away from my desk." "Yet you found an hour to kill to practice parallel parking." He grimaces like the thought didn't cross his mind. "Yeah, this is definitely a first." I play with the wrapper on my muffin. "The first time you've stalked a woman, or the first time you've gone for coffee?" "Please, stop using the term stalk." He takes a sip of his espresso, and I continue to peel my wrapper, realizing he didn't actually answer my question. His hand lays on mine, causing me to look up into his eyes. This close in the daylight, they have a chocolate sparkle, a tiny bit of softness to otherwise hardened features. "You're the first girl I've ever been this forward with. I'm not one to seduce women." He removes his hand, and I instantly feel the loss of the warmth. "So, what do you do?" I ask. "Work 24/7. That seems like an exaggeration. I wake up at 4, check emails, watch cable news while I run, listen to NPR in the shower, dress, and am at work by 5:30. Emails, meetings, more emails, some phone calls here and there." "Wow, you are a workaholic." I pull apart a piece of muffin and inhale it. Unladylike, I might add. "Not by choice." He takes a sip and spills a small amount on his tie. "Damn it." He shakes his head like this is a common occurrence. I smile at the sight and look into my bag, where I have a small package of baby wipes, because Charlie is notorious for having dirty hands. "Here." I lean over and lift his tie. "Is that silk? Hold on." I go back in my bag and get a tiny bottle of baby powder. I put a small amount on the stain. While I'm fixing his tie, he's looking at me with a bewildered expression. "What else you got in there?" "A little of everything and a whole lot of nothing." I joke, as I put the powder back.
You're like Mary Poppins. You know, the bag with the lamp that comes out.
I try not to laugh at his joke, mostly because his delivery is adorably unfunny. So, Mr. Workaholic who remembers children's movies, you say your life is not by choice. If you could do anything, what would it be?
Travel,
he says, without having to think twice about it. I find it hard to believe you don't whisk yourself away on the corporate jet on a whim. He gives a half shrug.
I'm on the road a lot. Seattle, Denver, Chicago, New York.
New York. I sigh to myself. I once had a dream of living there. Then you do travel?
No, I mean real travel. Like to Indonesia or Beijing. I'd love to see the elephants in Thailand and snorkel in Fiji, but I can't. Not when I'm strapped down to this all the time.
He holds up his iPhone.
Even if I went away, I'd be on my computer the entire time.
What about your family? Can't they pick up the slack while you're away?
It's complicated, he replies.
I lean back in my chair and tilt my head. I remember you saying something about your dad and brother. I didn't know who you were at the time. I spilled my drink on your stepmother, by the way.
If I didn't already like you, I would, just from hearing that story.
Not my finest hour. I take another bite of muffin.
You looked pretty fine, if I recall.
Our eyes meet, and I see the slight tug to his lips as I swallow. I bite my lip and turn my attention back to my muffin. Bryce lays his elbow on the table and leans in.
Are you not used to having men compliment you?
I don't always have the best luck.
Pick a 4-leaf clover.
More like roll in a field of clovers. There's a group of teenagers who come in and make an absurd amount of noise. I try to focus on them instead of Bryce. It's no use. He leans forward, spreading his knees as he does so, causing one to brush against mine. My knee has never felt so electric in my life.
I'm not like other men, he states.
I can't disagree with him. I don't say that, though. Instead, I look at my empty wrapper.
I haven't had the best luck either. Relationships aren't my strong suit, he states.
It reminds me of something he said the night we first met. Your heart was shattered, I recall.
He nods. Perhaps the heart can't understand true love unless it's been broken.
All noise and function in the room ceases to exist as I let his words melt into me. If he's right, then I'm due for the world's greatest love affair. Ashton not only broke my heart, but he also destroyed my trust. From the look on Bryce's face, he has experienced the same thing. What kind of woman is powerful enough to break a titan? There's a vibration coming from my ass. I pull my cell phone out of my back pocket and see my mom's face lighting up the screen. I send her to voicemail and place the phone back in my pocket. Sorry. That was my mother. My overly involved mother.
The best ones are.
Not mine. She's a high ideal feminist. The good kind. Kathleen Clark. She's known for wearing these oversized,
round, dark-framed glasses. I'm familiar with America's crusader for women's rights. We've covered her many times. Of course he's heard of her. That's my mom. She doesn't strike me as the type who has time to keep close tabs on her grown children. Child, I correct. And it's not that she keeps tabs per se. She's just really obsessed with me. As all moms should be, he repeats. When I was 13, my mother showed up at my school because I didn't make the cut for the football team. Everyone got on the team, but I was cut. As I said, I was a bit robust as a kid. She scolded the coach into getting me a spot on the practice squad. I laugh. That's sweet. Does your mom still keep tabs on you? No, she passed. That's why I'm Mr. He reaches for his phone, tilting it back and forth before putting it back. 24/7. I'm sorry. She died in a car accident 8 years ago. There's a far-off look in his eyes. It lasts a moment as he brings himself back to the present. So, what about you? How's business? I hope I didn't cause too much trouble the other day. Not at all. You kinda saved me. I haven't been booking as many clients as my boss would like. He says I need to schmooze clients. I'm good at what I do. I just don't know how to get new business. I'm not a salesman. Then it's a good thing you met me, he says with a Cheshire Cat grin. I am. Newspapers and makeup are completely different. People are people, no difference. He leans forward and scans the room. Take that woman, for instance. He points toward a girl with long, flowing blonde hair and severely arched eyebrows. She's talking with a friend at one of the tables by the window. She looks to be about late 20s, which is prime wedding season for her and her friends. I bet she gets made up a few times a year. And if she doesn't already, she'd love it. The girl is laughing with a friend as she flips her hair over her shoulder. She's very pretty. She probably does her own makeup. I look back at him. What would I even say to her? Compliment her. Most people like to be complimented on their accomplishments, but since you don't know her, pick something striking about her, something you'd enhance. Her brows, I instantly think. It's what I first noticed about her. They don't need to be changed, but I'd love to add some lashes and a soft shadow to her eyes to balance them out. I'd keep her lips soft, and her eyes would pop brilliantly. Bryce must sense the wheels turning in my head, because he lays a hand on my arm and says, "Give it a try." I don't know what I'm doing, but I find myself rising from the seat, and I walk over to the girl. This is stupid. I'm walking up to a stranger and... Oh, she's looking at me. She's confused as to why there's a random woman approaching her table. She's staring at me. I should say something. Right. Hi, my name's Tessa, and I work across the street at Lumiere Salon and Spa. I was just telling my friend how gorgeous your brow shape is. Her face brightens, and it sparks a conversation between me and this girl. She tells me about this Indian woman she goes to for eyebrow threading, and I tell her about my services and ideas I have if she ever has an occasion she'd like to get her makeup done for. I give her my card, and she introduces me to her friend,
who is getting married in a few months. Within minutes, we set a plan for her to get her makeup trial done. When I walk back to the table, Bryce is looking at me with pride. "So?" he asks. I let out a large smile. "I have 2 new clients." My words come out with a laugh. My heart is racing a little, and my hands are a tiny bit shaky. I didn't realize how nervous I was, but now that it's done, I have a bit of an adrenaline rush. "Thank you. I needed that." "You're welcome." His eyes crinkle on the sides with the smile, and his dimples show. I didn't notice them before, but now that they're there, I want nothing more than to kiss him. Oh dear, what's gotten into me? I look at my phone again for the time. I have to get back to work. I rise from my chair, and he stands as well. "Can I see you again?" I'd be lying if I said I didn't have butterflies. "Bryce, I can't. Sometimes when I'm with Bryce, I forget my responsibilities. Yes, I know single mothers date, but not this mama. And especially not with a man like Bryce Sexton. He's rich and gorgeous and broody as fuck. And let's be honest, he's probably great in bed. But he's everything I don't want in my life. My life is Charlie. I promised myself I wouldn't have men coming in and out of his life. And I know, in the end, it will be worth it. He needs stability. He needs me, not half of me. I like you. I sigh and shake my head. God, that sounds so weird. You're handsome and successful and kind of funny. I like that you're easy to talk to. But a relationship is not in the cards for me. I'm afraid you're just wasting your time. You think I'm handsome? He says with a debonair smile. Out of all I just said, that's what you heard? And funny, and easy to talk to. Kind of funny, I corrected. He grins. Just so you know, I have 2 brothers and hundreds of people who work for me who would very much disagree with that. I swallow a smile. Goodbye, Bryce. As I walk to the door, he doesn't follow me. He stands by the table, his hands in his pockets and a raised chin. Goodbye, Tessa. By the grace of God, I allow myself to walk out that door. The only downside to moving from Berkeley was finding a new babysitter for Charlie. When I lived with my mom, we had great neighbors who would look after him while I worked. Now that I'm in the city, I have Charlie in a daycare after school. How was your day, buddy? I ask him as we stroll down the street to our building. It was good. Mrs. O'Leary put a movie on for us because it was too windy outside. He's swinging our joined hands in the air as we walk. She made us watch the old Superman movie. It was okay, but he's no Henry Cavill. I nod my head with agreement. No man is. Not only is he an immersive, character-driven actor, but he also has the body of a Greek god, he says with his preschool lisp. I halt and look down at his freckled face. Where did you hear that? I heard you say that to Abby. I tug on his hand and start walking again. I'm gonna have to start watching what I say around you. You've had to watch for a while. I'm like a sponge. I absorb everything. My laugh is muffled by his face as I lean down to hug him. When I release him, he's all ready to shout his request. Hey, Mom, can we stop by the toy store? There's a new Lego Mindstorm out that I want to get. I shake my head. I just bought you one last week. And I built it already, he says loudly. Legos cost money, kid. They don't come for free. He twists his mouth to the side as his feet skip over a crack on the sidewalk. What kind of job can I get with a kindergarten degree? Official bedmaker. I'll give you a quarter every day if you make your bed in the morning. He thinks about this for a moment before answering. Okay, but I'll expect a raise after 6 months. We stop at the store and pick up dinner. Grilled chicken with Brussels sprouts. Yes, I have the only kid in America who loves vegetables. I'm not complaining. His healthy eating habits make me eat better. Not that I'd blanch at polishing off an entire tray of brownies by myself. I just try to eat healthier when Charlie's around. As the chicken sautés in the pan, I walk into Charlie's room and grab his laundry basket. We have a washer and dryer on the ground floor, so tonight, after Charlie goes to bed, I'll run a load down. Sorting his clothes of the whites, I check the pockets for any cookie remains or Lego pieces. In the pocket of Charlie's Giants jacket, I find a bracelet. It's wide with orange and black laces intertwined, with a black snap clasp and a small compass. What's this? I ask Charlie, who's watching TV in his pajamas. My survivor bracelet! He jumps up from the floor and runs to me, grabbing the bracelet and sliding it up his arm toward his bicep, since it's way too big for him. What's a survival bracelet? He points to the different facets of the bracelet. There's a scraper here to start a fire, or you can use it as a knife. And this is a compass, so I can find my way out of the woods. And listen. He takes it off and holds the open clasp to his mouth, eliciting a very loud whistling sound. I can call for help. Very cool, I say, covering my ears and scrunching my face. Look! He holds it up for me to see more closely. You can unravel it here, and it's a parachute cord. I remove my hands from my ears. And how will that help you survive? It's really, really, really strong, Mom. It can hold like all of your weight. And it looks cool, he says, showing me again, with pride, as he puts it back on his arm. Where did you get that? Grandpa Mason. He said it was my dad's. Did you know Dad was a Boy Scout? He said I should be one too. Can I, Mommy? He jumps up and down, holding his little hands together in a plea and pouting his bottom lip out. Irritation slowly makes its way up my spine. I hate that the Masons put these ideas in his head. It's not that I have a problem with Charlie being a scout per se. It's a great organization. I would just prefer Charlie to pick his extracurricular activities based on what he wants to do, not what his dad did. My heart and head are at a total loss for how to deal with this situation. When I invited the Masons to be part of Charlie's life, I expected this sort of thing. I just don't know how I feel about Charlie looking so damn excited at the idea. I try to tamp down my feelings. I'll look into it, okay? I don't know much about it, so I can't promise anything. He wraps his arms around my waist. Thanks, Mommy. I drop to my knees, getting the best hug in the world from my favorite little guy. Okay, go sit at the table. Dinner is almost ready. He takes his place at the table as I walk over to the refrigerator. I'm about to pour a glass of milk when there's a knock at the door. I walk to the stove and turn down the chicken before answering it. Special delivery, Abby says as I let her in. She has a large plant in her arms, wrapped in cellophane paper. She comes inside and places the plant on the table beside my and Charlie's dinner plates. I close the door and walk over to see it's more like a small tree than a plant. You bought us a tree? I ask. While it's a lovely gesture, it's odd. A bottle of wine is more Abby's style. Cool, Charlie says, poking through the cellophane at the bark. Abby lets out a laugh. No, the delivery guy rang my bell instead of yours. Imagine my dismay when I saw the card was addressed to you. The tree is about 2 feet tall, with a braided trunk and flat green leaves. She pulls a small, white card off the cellophane and hands it to me. You should be happy it was me who answered the door and not Christine. She'd be pissed if she saw who'd sent it. You read my card? I open the envelope and pull out a small note card. She shrugs. I was nosy. I open it and read the inscription. Thank you for the coffee, Bryce. Along with the card is his business card. It's black, with Sexton written in white font on one side, his personal information on the other. Abby hits me in the side with her elbow. Coffee, she says with waggling brows. I give her a mom stare and nod toward Charlie. This is not something I want to discuss in front of my son. Ignoring me, she continues. It looks like you have an admirer. You have to give him credit. He's not like every other man, sending random flowers that will die a week later. He sent you a money tree. A money tree? My jaw drops in disgust. I know the man has wealth, but to rub it in my face is a bit much. Abby laughs and unwraps the cellophane. You see the braided trunk there? That's a money tree. It's a sign of good fortune. He wants to bring you luck, she says with a smile. I glance at the trunk of the tree, noticing for the first time the intricacy of the way it's grown. The trunk is intertwined with the other limbs, creating a union to make one strong base. It reminds me of the living wall I was admiring when I first met Bryce, and the way nature blended everything together. This tree isn't just about the luck I told him I needed. He's bringing us back to that wall, the moment we met. Now that I see the actual tree for what it is, my heart beats faster, and I have to breathe through dishing up Charlie's food so I don't give in to my nerves. You're trembling. She places a hand on my arm. I shake my head to gather my wits. Charlie, eat your dinner. While he starts eating, I remove the rest of the paper and toss it in the trash. Then, I walk the tree into the living room and place it by the window. Abby comes up behind me. You must really like him, she says. I lean back, looking into her kind brown eyes. I know you have these rules about men, but it's okay to be flattered. Flattery is one thing. This man is... I paused to think of exactly what Bryce is. All-consuming. He's like the kind of guy you read about in romance novels. This wealthy, untouchable guy who seeks out the damsel in distress. Except, in this book, I'm the damsel with a kid, being courted by a guy who let his assistant seduce him in his office. Is that what this is about? She places a hand on her hip and scowls at me. Don't let Christine get to you. So what if they fooled around? That was before he met you. So they did fool around? Bryce said they didn't. He said he stopped it before it happened. He's probably telling the truth. I told you before not to believe everything Christine says. You don't think she seduced him? I ask, confused. Oh, she definitely tried to seduce him. I just don't think it went anywhere. And, like I said, even if it did, it was before he met you. I'm not saying you should marry the guy. You don't even have to introduce him to Charlie. I just think you shouldn't be afraid to give it a try. I lean back against the window frame and look back at Charlie. He's using his fork as an airplane and diving into his Brussels sprouts. He means everything to me. She turns around and looks toward Charlie. He should. He's a great kid, and you're a great mom. If a man's courting you, let him. Enjoy his attention. Have fun while you're young. I roll my head from side to side and think about what she's saying. I'm not convinced, but I appreciate her sentiment. My phone vibrates with a text message from my job. I just got my schedule for tomorrow. I'm booked with clients all day. She hip bumps me. See? Your good luck and fortune are already coming. Do you need me to pick up Charlie from daycare? I look and see my appointments go until 7 o'clock. Oh, that would be a godsend. Abby walks to Charlie and gives him a kiss on the head. I'll see you tomorrow, Squirt. We'll grab quesadillas. Charlie lifts his fist in the air and pulls it down to his side. Yes! She opens the door and winks at me. Happy courting, she says, and then closes the door behind her. I take a seat at the table with Charlie and stab a Brussels sprout. I like the new tree, he says, especially if it's gonna bring us money. Since when do you care about money? Legos, Mom, he says with a sarcastic tone. They don't come for free.
Chapter 9. Bryce. It's been 3 days since I took Tessa to coffee. I know sending her the money tree was too much, but when she said she could use some luck, the Guyana chestnut was the perfect thing to send. I look up from my desk at the 6-foot tree in my office. My mother bought it for me when I graduated from Stanford. I can't say it's brought me a tremendous amount of luck, but I believe in it anyway. I go back to reading the reports on street racing my assistant has been working on. Jeannine is a better writer than I thought she'd be, mixing prose with facts and witty sentiment. She has this dry sense of humor that is subtle enough not to ruin the professionalism of the piece, yet it's enough to keep the reader interested. My office phone lights up. I hit the answer button.
Your father is here,
Jeannine says hesitantly. Not expecting my father, I pull up my Outlook calendar and see it's clear for this time. We didn't have a planned appointment, and I know from previous experience that an unannounced visit from my father is never a good thing. What is he doing here?
I'm not sure. I escorted him to the conference room and got him some sparkling water.
Jeannine answers. She's been working for me for only 2 weeks, and she already knows the drill.
Should I tell him you're out of the office and you won't be back for the rest of the day?
Not a bad idea. If my father unexpectedly showed up here, it's because he planned to catch me off guard. The man hasn't been inside this building in months. No, if he's here, it's a serious matter. I'll meet with him. When I exit my office, Jeannine looks up from her computer with wide eyes. I walk past her and down the hall to the conference room where my father, Edward Sexton, is standing by one of the desk chairs, looking out the window. "Father," I call out as I walk into the room. He turns to me. His hair is combed back to match the immaculate lines of the pinstripes on his jacket. His handkerchief matches his gold tie. "I forget how incredible the view is from up here," he says, his voice getting raspier with middle age yet still deep. "You can see Alcatraz. A sight that is only fascinating to you and Austin. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree." He casts a sideways grin at the thought. I had high hopes for that one. Too bad he's still a slacker. Austin's doing a great job. His division is posting the highest revenue in company history, and he just secured a high-profile interview, exclusive to all platforms of Sexton Media, I state. The lines on his forehead crease deeply. "Since when are you the one to stick up for your brother? You always thought he was a fuck-up." I ignore his comment and get down to business. I walk toward the table and firmly place 2 hands on the back of one of the chairs. "What do you want?" I ask. He adjusts the buttons of his double-breasted suit. "Sexton Media's assets will be split into 2 companies, one oriented toward media and the other toward publishing." I clench my jaw and hold back the foul-mouthed things I want to shout at this moment. "Fuck me," I say, despite my attempt to be civil. "You can't do that." "Tanner thinks it's a brilliant idea. It's how News Corp runs their business model. It's pretty much how things are already run around here. You'll still run the print, and Austin will handle digital." Tanner agreed to this, I ask, shocked that he would think this was a good idea. "It was his idea," my father gloats. I push off the back of the chair and run my hands through my hair. In any other situation, I would think the division of the company was a smart financial move, but knowing my father and Missy, they have other plans. "This makes it easier for you to sell. You're going to set them up to be 2 publicly traded companies." He blinks back at me, as if shocked I came to that conclusion so fast. "You'll be a billionaire and never have to work a day in your life." "I have all the money I need." "But it's not enough to live on," he shouts, his hands flying up in the air. "Then take more," I offer. "You and Missy already bleed $5 million a year as your salary. Take my share. I'll gladly go without." He puts his back to me as his hand flies to his mouth in aggravation. "Taking a salary of a few million is hardly a way to live. Missy wants to travel the world. She wants a yacht to sail us around the Mediterranean." "Is that why you're doing this? For Missy?" The words come out like venom. He spins back in my direction. His hand is on his hip. "She's my wife. I will do anything she needs." "Let's just hope you keep this one alive." It's an awful thing to say. I don't know why I said it, but fuck it. I did. He takes a step toward me, his black eyes focused on me as he points a finger. Don't you ever speak of your mother that way again. I can hear the sharp inhale through his nose, and he gains composure. What are you doing, Bryce? You don't like Missy, and I get it. Do you think I would have liked it if my father had married a girl my age after my mom died and then threatened to take away everything my mother had worked for? I understand, son. He places a hand on my shoulder. I understand. I look down at his hand on my jacket. He was an affectionate man when we were younger, but I can't recall a time in the past 10 years when he's ever been endearing toward me. This entire situation feels foreign. He continues. The point you're missing is that Missy isn't trying to take away anything from us. She and I, we want to get out while we're at the top. Seize the rewards of everything we have all worked so hard for. We're not trying to destroy your mother's memory. We want to engrave it in history. His arm, that's on my shoulder, makes its way around my shoulders. He pulls me in, and I let him. We're looking out the back window, out at the bay and bridge, as he speaks toward the great unknown. Do you really like working around the clock just to... what? Keep the family business going? It's time you let go, Bryce. There's a whole world out there. Places to travel, cigars to smoke, whiskey to drink, and women to dance with. Or maybe you want to settle down and have a family of your own. This is your moment. It's time. It's my time. It's Tanner's time. It's your time. I hate that he's my father. I hate that he knows so much about me. He was there when I announced to my family that I took a job as a photojournalist and was embarking on my around-the-world adventure. He was the one who bought me my new camera as a graduation gift. He was also there when I tore up my ticket and took a job behind the desk to keep the family business alive. He knows what I gave up to be here. What he doesn't understand is why I did it. He's changed so much in 8 years. At first, he stopped coming to the office. That was when I realized he'd never actually done anything here. While he was the face of the company, my mother had done everything. He just dropped the facade and stopped coming to work completely. Then he married Missy, and the two have been traveling and attending parties galore. Something happened in the last few years that's really changed him. He's suddenly become obsessed with selling the company, and most recently, he gave half of his shares to Missy. His distance from the man he once was is striking. Right down to the fact that he came here to deliver me the news like a victory. Only, I'm about to call his bluff. Tanner didn't agree to the sale, did he? He lifts his chin. It's his idea. Of course he agrees. I shake my head, pulling myself away from him. He hasn't signed anything, and he won't. Why are you so damn stubborn? I walk to the door and turn at the exit. I guess I take after my mother that way. I march down to my office. Jalen stands when I pass her desk, but I don't acknowledge her presence. I walk straight to my office and pick up my cell phone to FaceTime my brother. Tanner answers on the third ring. What's up? The phone is facing upward, so I can see his chin while he appears to be walking outside. Dad just paid me a surprise visit. Tanner stops walking and looks down at the phone. You're about to yell at me, aren't you? I clench my eyes tight and roll my head back.
All right. Before you chew my ass out, let me get into my apartment so I can at least start drinking, he says. The phone gets maneuvered in various directions while he takes his keys out of his pocket and lets himself into the lobby of his building. I can see the marble floor of the foyer as he walks into the elevator and hits the button for his floor. He holds the phone up. You still there?
Still here, I groan. Only my baby brother can actually pause me from yelling at him. If this were Austin, I'd be losing my shit already. Tanner unlocks his front door, walks to the fridge to grab a beer, and then sits on his couch. He looks to be propping me on the coffee table and then leans back so he's in full screen. Okay, let me have it, he says. I'm about to yell, but I'm blinded by the fact he's wearing cargo shorts, a tank top, and still sporting the man bun we've been ridiculing him about for years. I thought you were going to get a haircut. He leans forward, his face taking over the screen. Did you really call to ask me why I haven't cut my hair? No, I called to ask you why the hell you told our father to split the company into two. Because it's a smart idea. He answers matter-of-factly. Not when he's trying to sell the company. Tanner takes a long swig of his beer. Yeah, about that. Yeah, about that, I repeat. Are you seriously thinking of siding with them? It's not about siding with anyone. Dad and Missy don't want the company. You and Austin have this intense hold on it, like, if you lose it, you'll lose Mom. Maybe selling will set everyone free. Set everyone free? Are you fucking high? Thanks for the confidence, asshole. I'm just trying to be logical. Dad said you and Austin are miserable working there. You believe him? We're only miserable because he and his second wife keep undermining everything we do. Tanner looks confused. So, you want to keep the company the way it is? Yes, I answer quickly. You know this. He nods his head. I do. I just hear these stories from Dad and Missy. They want to sell so bad, and sometimes I just wonder if it's worth the aggravation. Tanner rests his elbows on his knees and clenches his hands together. Listen, Bryce. I don't know if you know this, but Dad and Missy are really passionate about this sale. If I don't sign away my shares, they're going to go after you and Austin. He pauses, like it pains him to say it. They're going to use Mom's claws against you. I know, I say with a sigh. Missy has already threatened us, Austin with racing and me with my assistance. You mean the one who just quit? He asks with a twisted brow. Maybe. I don't know. Austin and I have to walk a tightrope around here. He sighs heavily. Is it worth it? All this? I glance over to the money tree, the one my mother gave me years ago. Yes. We'll figure a way to make this right. Until then, I need you to hold off on signing. Promise me. Definitely. I won't do anything unless everyone is on board. Thanks, man. I love you. I love you too. Now, go get a haircut. Yeah. Oh, Bryce, do you have Mom's copy of The Great Gatsby? I do. Give it a read. I think it'll help clear your head. You need to stop smoking. Very funny. Night, bro. Good afternoon, bro. I hang up with him and toss the phone on my desk. This is my life. Not only do I have an insane amount of work to do, but also, in the course of an hour, I am being threatened by my father and then pleading with my brother. Dealing with the Sextons is a full-time job. I lift Jalen's article again and go back to reading. I have 15 minutes until my conference call and don't know if I'll be able to read it before she goes home for the night. My cell phone vibrates, pulling my attention from the article. Thinking it's Tanner calling me back, I look at the screen and see a number I don't recognize. Thanks for the tree. A text from Tessa is the last thing I expected to see on my phone. You're welcome. How did you get my number? The text bubble appears and then disappears. I called the number listed on your card. Your assistant gave it to me. I have to remember to give that girl a raise. Who's the stalker now? I just wanted to say thanks for the luck. I won a scratch-off, got a $50 tip from a client, and found out that they're remaking The Nanny. It's been a good few days. A smile crosses my face as I lean back in my leather chair and respond. I would never have taken you as a Fran Drescher fan. There's so much you don't know about me. I'd like to know more. Truth or dare? Truth. What made you finally text me? Every time I see the tree, I think of the first time we met. I'd give you the entire living wall if I could. I'll take a dare. Send me a picture. What if I'm naked in the shower? It's 4 p.m. and you're a workaholic. I've never taken a selfie before. I hit the camera icon on my phone and hold it away to take a picture of myself. There's a glare coming from the window, so I spin around and take a picture of myself with my office in the background. When I check it, I notice I have a smile on my face. It looks too excited. I take another with a scowl. That doesn't work either. I try a third with a small smirk on my face. I look like a damn fool. I try one more with a half smile. Does everyone have this much trouble taking a picture of themselves? I walk out of my office and up to Jeannine. She seems startled by my quick approach. I hold the phone out to her. Pick one. With cautious hands, she takes the phone and questioningly looks up at me. I took a selfie. Which one should I send to? I pause. A friend. She bites her lip to hide her laugh and then regains her composure to be as professional as possible. She looks at the pictures and settles on one.
This one,
she says, handing back my phone. She picked the first one where I'm smiling. This one? I ask in confirmation.
You have a nice smile. You should use it more often.
Her answer is matter of fact. I walk back into my office and send the picture. My coworker says you look like Henry Cavill. Is that a good thing? She pauses way too long before answering. It's a very good thing. I'm finally settled in my bed after the longest day I've had in a while. Because of my dad's impromptu visit, followed by a call with Tanner and then a text session with Tessa, I ran way behind. The surprise call I had with my editors in Chicago didn't help my schedule, as I had to convince them the company was not being split in two or sold, and everything they'd been told were all rumors. I need to come up with a solution to my father and Missy soon, because I don't know how long I can keep this up. I want this company more than I want anything in this world. I know Austin does too. All he has to do is walk the straight and narrow and stay away from race cars, and everything will be okay. My contacts are out, and I have my glasses on as I lie in the bed and read the financial report that came in today. When I'm done, I look through Jalen's research for the latter half of her article. There are a few facts here that surprise me. I want to share them with someone, and I know the perfect person to do so with. I text Tessa. Did you know James Dean might not have been driving the Porsche when he died? It only takes her a few minutes to reply. Well, no, I didn't know that. So, the rebel without a cause wasn't as much of a rebel as people might have thought. I laugh and take my glasses off to rub my eyes. When I place them back on my face, I look back at her text message. Do you want to know what I learned today? I'd love to. What a sextillion is. Excuse me? Get your mind out of the gutter. In the U.S., it's a cardinal number equal to 1 followed by 21 zeros. Interesting. It would also make a great name for your... A hard laugh escapes my lips. Do you really think I'd call it that? Well, your name is Sexton. I guess it kind of fits. I fall asleep with my phone in my hand and a grin on my face. As I wake up, it's with the same rush as usual. I get in a 5-mile run on the treadmill before a quick shower, and I'm in the car before 6:30. My day consists of meeting after meeting, trying my damnedest to pay attention, but nothing is working. I can't stop thinking about Tessa. I'm having lunch with the owners of the Seattle Gazette again, and I'm doing everything I can to get this sale done before my father and Missy put a stop to it. I'm rummaging through my briefcase in the back of the SUV, looking for the report Jalen bound for me, and then shift in my seat. I pick up my phone, dying for the millionth time today to text Tessa. Brantley looks at me through the rearview mirror. Everything okay, sir? I sit up taller in my seat and run my hands through my hair. Yeah, just a little out of it today. Most 30-year-old men are out partying and picking up pretty girls, not trying to run the world. I pinch the bridge of my nose as I laugh. I never aimed to be typical. Good. The millennials these days are a bunch of morons. Everything is hashtag this and hashtag that. They don't even know it as a pound sign. If I used the word octotroph, their heads would spin, he says, animated. I'm a pretty smart guy, but he's got me there. What's an octotroph? Color me surprised. I know something Bryce Sexton doesn't know. I kick the back of his seat. You know a lot I don't, old man. An octotroph is a pound sign or a hashtag. God, I hate that term. My shoulders bounce with my laugh, and I look down at my phone, excited to share this newfound information with Tessa. To my surprise, she replies instantly. Hashtag interesting. Hashtag, I thought you'd think so. Hashtag, is this what you do all day? Hashtag, think of random facts. Hashtag, if it gets you to talk to me. Hashtag, yes.
Chapter 10. Tessa. All right, you. Get in bed. I usher Charlie into his room with a stern face. It's a motherly front I put on to make it seem like I mean business, when, really, I want to snuggle with him on the couch. Can I please stay up just a little bit longer? He begs. I pull down his Superman bedspread. It's already an hour past your bedtime. Grandma and Grandpa Mason let me stay up till 9, he says as he crawls into bed. I tuck the covers around him. Why am I not surprised? Running my hand through his hair, I appraise my beautiful boy. Big blue eyes and a smattering of freckles on his cheeks. He looks like his dad, minus the red hair. That he gets from my mom before she let it go gray. Still, he is a Mason, even though he has the Clark last name. You really love them, don't you? Grandpa used to be a pilot. I know. And Grandma was a school teacher, he states proudly. I know. And Daddy is a world traveler. Oh, Charlie. I run my hand along his cheek and lay it on his heart. I'm so happy you and the Masons are enjoying each other. But I don't want you to get too attached to the idea your father is coming home. His face curves in confusion as his lips jut out. Is Daddy a bad man? No. My other hand tucks the tendrils over his ear. It would be so easy to steer him away from idolizing Ashton, to taint his mind with all the negatives. But no matter how much I can't stand the man who begged me to end my pregnancy, I know Charlie is better off with a positive view of his father. I don't try to sugarcoat anything. I just don't want him to ever grow up feeling unwanted. No, your dad, he's a good guy. I twist my lips as I think back to all the reasons I liked him once upon a time. He's funny, he can tell stories, big animated stories. There was this comedy club in Los Angeles. I pause for a second when Charlie's face scrunches in. It's a place with a stage where people get up and tell jokes. Your dad liked to go on the stage and perform for a room full of people. He wasn't a comedian. He just decided one day he wanted to give it a try. That's the kind of guy he is. He'll wake up one day and say he wants to climb Mount Everest or learn how to surf in Kauai. This is all way over Charlie's head. Or work as a hot dog vendor in New York. I love hot dogs. I hang my head with a laugh. I know, honey. What I'm trying to say is... God, what am I trying to say? People say you should live life to the fullest. Your dad certainly knows how to do that. It might not be the way I want to live my life, but I suppose it's really great that he's living his best life. I think I understand. Do you miss him? I inhale my surprise and exhale slowly. No, honey, I don't. Your dad has many great traits, but he's not the best daddy. Does that make sense? He looks down and thinks about this for a moment. Mrs. O'Leary says a good dad doesn't have to be your father.
He sounds wise beyond his years. Until he asks with a silly eye roll,
What does that even mean?
I kiss his forehead. Gosh, you're cute. I try to think about how to explain this to a 5-year-old. What she means is, there are many people in your life who can do the dad stuff with you. Like me.
You're not a boy, Mom. Dads are boys.
Really? I didn't notice. I tuck him in up to his neck and give him a kiss on each cheek, his nose, and his forehead. I promise this will all make sense someday. Until then, I want you to focus on all the great men you have in your life.
Like Grandpa Mason.
I sigh with a nod. Yes, like Grandpa Mason. Good night, Charlie. I love you.
I love you too.
I turn on his nightlight, switch off the ceiling light, and leave the door propped open just a little. Another day, and I feel like I've done the best I can as a single mom. Ever since Charlie was born, I found myself second-guessing every decision I make. Am I providing a good enough life? Was living with my mother all those years good for him? Should I have moved away from her to try to make it on my own? Is he getting all of his vitamins? Does he have clean underwear? Does he really need the chickenpox vaccine, even though generations of kids suffered and lived through the very disease? I swear, it's a vicious cycle of self-doubt that, once I lead down a certain train of thought, I get so off on a tangent that I then retrace my thoughts to figure out how I ever got to what I was thinking about. While I've been plagued with sleepless nights, an unbalanced checkbook, and days where I just don't know what to do, there's one thing I'll never regret. And he's sleeping in Lego pajamas in his Superman bed. With a smile at the thought of my sweet red-haired boy, I walk into the hallway and grab a pair of yoga pants and a t-shirt from my closet. I change, toss my hair up in a bun, and scrub my face in the bathroom. I'm in the living room and sprawled on the couch with a deep cleaning face mask on and a pint of Ben & Jerry's half-baked froyo on my lap as I flip through the channels. There's a Tutors marathon on TV, and I don't hesitate to stop and get my Henry Cavill fill for the night, especially when it's season 1 and he has a shaved head and that cocky attitude. Yes, this is how 24-year-old women party on Thursday nights. Black mask on face, spoon in hand, historical fiction on the screen. Henry Cavill is just about to get it on with the King of England's sister when my cell phone chimes from beside me on the couch. I pick it up to see a text from Bryce. Did you know, if a female ferret doesn't have sex for a year, she'll die? I laugh, typing before I even think twice. Well, thank God I'm not a ferret. Once I hit send, realization hits me hard. Shit. Why did I just basically tell him I haven't had sex in a year? 6 years to be exact. When we saw each other at the coffee shop, I had no intention of contacting him. Then, when he sent the tree, it only seemed right to send a thank you. I mean, Kathleen Clark raised a feminist, but she raised a proper feminist with manners. What I wasn't planning on, though, was the banter.
Texting with Bryce has been a fun outlet for me, one I didn't know I'd enjoy so much. And I must say, he's rather charming when he's just words on a screen.
Do you like egg rolls?
Is this a sexual question?
No. Should it be? You pretty much just told me you're celibate.
I'm not celibate.
I have fish balls.
TMI, Bryce. TMI.
Why don't you let me in?
It's just not a good time in my life right now. I hope you can understand that.
No, I mean physically. Let me in. I'm out front.
I jump up from the couch and race to my window. There, in the shadow of a streetlight, I see his Tesla sitting across the street from my apartment. There's a knock at my door. I turn to the sound and stare at the closed door, only to hear the faint knocking one more time. I'm standing here, frozen, in silence. Bryce is outside my door. Why is he outside my door? Why am I standing here wondering why he's outside my door? Tiptoe running up to the peephole, I look out to see his damn face, looking handsome, even through the distortion of the glass. His suit coat is gone, his sleeves are rolled up at the arms, and he has a brown paper bag in his arms. Did you just come from work? He pulls his phone out of his pocket and then looks down at his attire.
Are you going to stare at me all night or let me in?
Shit! I bang my head on the door and wonder what in the world is the right thing to do at this moment. I told him I didn't want to see him, yet here he is, standing outside my apartment. Then again, I did instigate our little text chain, so I probably gave him the wrong idea. Maybe I was giving him the right idea. Perhaps I secretly wanted him to not give up. This is what happens when you swear off men for 6 years. You end up with the flirting habits of a sloth. I bang my head again.
Are you okay? I hear banging.
Pulling up my metaphorical big girl panties, I unlatch the security bolt and open the door, only to see Bryce Sexton, all 6 feet 3 inches of him, holding a bag of what looks and smells like Chinese food. Hi, I state with a surprised expression. He, on the other hand, has a devilish smirk. His eyes roam over my face, looking slightly bewildered. Touching my cheek, I feel the dried-up mask on my face. Oh, God, I say, realizing I have a black glob from hairline to chin.
It's a good look for you,
he says, grinning. If I wasn't so embarrassed, I'd stop and notice the dimple that appears on his cheek. This is just... I was just settling in for the night.
I can see.
He lifts the bag.
I just got out of work and stopped to pick up some dinner. Then I realized I ordered way too much for just one person. I thought maybe you hadn't eaten.
You could have texted.
I could have.
He runs his hand down his jaw. His stubble has come in from a long day at the office, and it's ruggedly handsome. I shake the thought away. How did you get my address?
I have my ways.
He eyes behind me and sees the tree. I close the door halfway, blocking his view.
Did I come at a bad time?
Well, Before my brain processes what to say next, Charlie comes running around the corner. Do I smell Chinese food? His hair is sticking up as he rubs his eyes, not noticing the man standing at our front door. My focus turns back to Bryce, whose face is laced with confusion. His smile fades, and his shoulders fall. Charlie straddles my side and looks up at the stranger. "Mommy," he whispers. "Who's that guy?" I look down at Charlie to tell him when his eyes widen. "What happened to your face?" "It's a mask. It's supposed to make my skin stay firm and youthful." "You look like a villain from the movies," Charlie states. "Charlie?" I tap at the mask on my forehead that should have come off after 15 minutes. It's been 20, which means I'm on the verge of turning into a bright red Oompa Loompa. "Go to your room." Charlie walks up to Bryce. "Do you have egg rolls in there?" Bryce looks at me and then back to Charlie, his face a mess of confusion as he looks down at his hands like he completely forgot he was holding bags of food. Yes, I do." "Pot stickers?" Charlie asks. Bryce peers into the bag and answers, "Yep." "Awesome!" Charlie tries to grab the bag from Bryce, but he pulls it back, as if knowing the bag is too heavy for Charlie to carry. "I'll put it on the table for you." Bryce walks past me, into my apartment, and places the brown paper bag on the kitchen table. Charlie climbs up on a chair and sits on his knees, peering inside the bag, as Bryce starts emptying the contents for him. This is all while I'm standing here with the door wide open and a mask on my face that desperately needs to come off. Shit, the mask. I close the door and then scurry down the hall to the bathroom. I leave the door open, because there is a strange man in the kitchen with my son, as I wash my face. Thankfully, it's only a touch pink. I apply some moisturizer and fix the bun in my hair. When I look down, I realize I'm not wearing a bra. I glance out of the bathroom toward the kitchen and see Bryce has gotten plates from the cabinet and is making one for Charlie. I open my closet, grab a bra from one of my drawers, and rush back to the bathroom. Now that I look like a semi-presentable lady, I push my shoulders back and walk into the kitchen, where Charlie is chewing on a pot sticker and speaking a mile a minute. Then there's the Joker Manor. It has 3,444 pieces. Mom says I have to wait a few years until I can start that one. Bryce nods as he dips an egg roll into duck sauce. His tie is thrown over his shoulder. "That's a lot of Legos for a 5. Charlie corrects him, with his hand splayed in the air to show 5 fingers. "I'm in kindergarten." Bryce lifts his palm in the air. "I was gonna say 14. Charlie smiles and grabs another pot sticker from the white container. I walk behind Charlie and wrap my arms around him. "Charlie, I'd like for you to meet my friend, Bryce. Bryce, this is my son, Charlie." "We met," they say in unison as they chew. Jeez, I leave my son alone with a stranger for 5 minutes, and he's on a first-name basis and breaking bread. Perhaps I need to work on the stranger danger lesson with him again. I look down at Charlie, who's stuffing his face. "You already had dinner." I'm only full up to here. He holds his hand up to his chest. I still have all this room to go. His hand moves up the rest of his body over his head. That's not how it works. I laugh. He's a growing boy. Of course he's hungry. Bryce says, as he pulls another container out of the bag and offers it up to me while saying, Mom? The way he says it melts my heart. He's not saying it maliciously or in a scared way. He's saying it with sincerity, understanding, and my heart beats a little faster. I wave my hand. I'm okay. I've already eaten. Yes, more for me, Charlie squeals with delight. You act like I don't feed you. I take a seat and watch the rapport between the two of them. Bryce opens beef with broccoli and scoops some onto Charlie's plate. So, you were telling me about the Bat space shuttle. Oh, yeah. So, I just finished it. It's in my room if you want to see it. I also have all of the Justice League characters and any Lego kits that cost $19.99 or less, because Mom says that's my budget when we go to the store. Bryce eyes me, so I clarify. Which is a healthy budget for a gift when it's not your birthday. I shrug. Bryce turns back to Charlie. Who's your favorite Justice League character? I like Batman, and Mom has a crush on Superman. I do not. I defend as I turn to Bryce. When I do, it's to a knowing stare and the tiniest of smirks. It's as if he's caught me red-handed. I take a sharp breath and turn back to my son. I don't have a crush on Superman. Charlie lowers his forehead at me. You talk about him all the time. I don't. All the time. Charlie makes his point. I lean forward and pinch his nose. Eat your food. No more after what's on your plate. You're gonna have a stomachache. But I didn't even get to see what's in that one. He nods to the last container that hasn't been opened. It's Kung Pao chicken, Bryce tells him. Like, Kung Pao? Charlie jumps off his chair and does a karate kick. Bryce laughs out loud. It's the first time I've heard him laugh like that. Really laugh. It's loud and boisterous. So very un-Bryce. Yeah, kind of like that. It definitely has a kick to it. Bryce leans into him. I mean, it's kind of spicy. Oh, no. Keep that one away from me. I don't like spicy. Charlie waves his hands in the air. I lean back in my seat. You really aren't having anything? He asks me. I shake my head. My stomach is in knots. Why? I'm not entirely sure. The food does smell delicious. Maybe I'll have a bite or two. He smiles, and goosebumps shiver up my arms. I make a note to grab a sweatshirt next time I get up. Bryce dips his fork into the chicken and holds it up in the air. Here, try this. Leaning forward, I wrap my lips around his fork. Our eyes lock on each other, and when his lips tilt up, I almost forget to slide the chicken off the fork. Where's that kick you talked about? Charlie asks.
I turn away from Bryce and chew quickly. It's so spicy, she can't even speak, Bryce replies. I'll stick to the pot stick, Earth. Charlie moves his hand to grab another, but I stop him. No more. We'll save them for tomorrow. Charlie pouts out his lip, and I give him my best motherly stare down. Bryce moves the money tree to the side and lifts the survivor bracelet off the table. My survivor bracelet! Look, it has a whistle and a compass, and it's a parachute cord. Charlie states proudly. Yes, the Boy Scout troop I sponsor actually made their own to earn badges. They brought me one that sits on my desk. I'm gonna be a Boy Scout. I shake my head, making sure he doesn't get his hopes up on something I can't deliver. I'm gonna look into it first. You can't take me to Boy Scouts. I need a guy. Can't Grandpa Mason bring me? I pick out a flap on one of the containers. Hey, women can do it all, buddy. Moms can totally bring their kids. Besides, you might not even be old enough to join. Grandpa says I am. He can take me. He doesn't live here, and that's a lot to ask of him. Then who is going to take me? I will. Bryce chimes in. My eyes widen at the thought. Not of him being a Boy Scout. That's totally plausible. What I'm shocked at is the fact that he thinks I'll send my son to Boy Scouts with him. I might find him insanely attractive, and he might be a joy to text with, but he's still just some guy I met at a party who stalked me at work twice and has now shown up at my home, and I still have no idea how he got my address. You will? Charlie asks excitedly. Sure. Bryce looks anything but sure. No. I try to stop this nonsense. Bryce, I can't expect you to take my son. You are way too busy, but thank you anyway. It wouldn't be a bother, he adds. We're capital sponsors to the local Boy Scouts. I'd be honored to show Charlie around. See, Mom? Charlie nearly jumps out of his seat. I stand, needing to step away for a moment to breathe. We'll talk about this in the morning. We have to get you in bed, I say in my motherly voice as I motion for my son to go to his room and then turn back to Bryce. You stay here. Aw, Mom, really? I can't stay up a little more? He whines. I glance to Bryce before I turn back to Charlie. Be thankful you got to stay up this late. You'll have to get all the food out of your teeth and go brush again. He stuffs one more pot sticker in his mouth. Totally worth it. He jokes through a mouthful. Bryce laughs as he reaches for a napkin, handing it to Charlie so he can wipe his mouth. Charlie grabs his water that was already sitting on the table, drinking a few sips before hopping off the chair. What do you say to Bryce? I ask as he walks away. Thank you for the yummy pot stickers. He heads toward the bathroom, but stops short and runs back to the kitchen. I almost forgot my survival bracelet. Come on, let's go get you brushed up, I say, patting Charlie on the butt and escorting him to the bathroom where we repeat his nighttime routine. Thankfully, Charlie has always been a good kid and goes down easily. After tucking him in, again, turning out the light, and flipping on the nightlight,
I rub his head a few times. Spending a few minutes by his side, I listen as his breathing slows when he drifts back to sleep. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand why Charlie wants a man to take him to Boy Scouts. He needs some masculine attention. Pretty soon, he'll be tired of his mom being his chaperone, taking him to buy his first jockstrap or discussing puberty. Sex. Oh dear. There goes that worrying thing again. Leaving the door slightly open, I walk into the hallway and stop to see a rare sight of a man in my kitchen. I lean against the wall and watch as Bryce stands at the sink, his back to me, washing the dishes. The table is cleared off and the food has been put away. His tie is still lying over his shoulder as he scrubs my plates and places them on the drying rack to the side of the sink. I've never had a man in my apartment, and I certainly have never had a man clean my dishes. Especially not a man who looks like Bryce Sexton. Even from the back, he is a fine specimen with back muscles that flex with every dip of the sponge, and glutes that tighten as he twists to grab a towel from the oven handle. His presence is overpowering on a normal day, but in my tiny kitchen, he looks like he's larger than life. I walk down the hall and stop by the kitchen table. He notices my presence, so he turns toward me and winks. Not sure what to do or say, I walk into the living room, only to realize just how small my apartment is. I don't want Charlie to hear us talking, so I open the window and climb out onto the fire escape. This little 4x4 platform has become my escape from reality, no matter how small it is. I take a seat on the metal grate and look up at the sky. The fog is thin tonight, and there's a sweet smell of ocean in the air. The distant sound of running water stops, and within seconds, Bryce appears on the other side of the window. With a raised brow, he inspects the size of it. Then he lifts a foot onto the sill and climbs out. I scoot over toward the window to make room for him as he crawls through with ease and climbs over me, taking a seat against the railing. He stretches out his legs so they're dangling over the ladder heading down, and I elongate mine so they're propped up on the ladder that leads up. We sit in silence for a few moments. His body is pressed up against the side of mine. I feel the warmth of his presence, and instead of being nervous or unsure, I'm oddly at ease. "He's a good boy," he says after a while. I smile, glancing down at my lap. He is. "Is he why you've been avoiding me?" Looking up into his dark eyes, I answer honestly, "Yes." His lips tilt up in a half smile. "Is he the only reason you were trying to push me away?" I sway my head from side to side. The Christine incident didn't help. Neither does the stalking. About that, "I took a chance," he states. "Turns out, I have some pretty smart people who work for me. They didn't tell me anything I didn't know. They just told me what I needed to hear." "What's that?" "That you're worth the rejection." Well, damn. How do you respond to that? You don't. Instead, I sit here as he runs his knuckle along my kneecap.
Tessa, I told you. I don't lie. If you want to know why I'm here tonight, it's because my life is a mess. I don't know if I can keep my head on straight, and the only time I feel sane is when I'm talking to you. The only time I feel like I can breathe is when I'm with you. He drops his hand to his lap as his head falls back to look up at the stars. The only time I can sleep is when I'm thinking about you. Despite the relaxed look on his face, there's a pained expression in his eyes. It's in the way the lines form on the sides as he closes his eyes. I might bring him sanity, but this man is exercising a lot of demons within. It's interesting how someone who can seem so put together, who appears to have it all, can be so tied up on the inside. I lean into him, and the scent of his cologne, cedar and tobacco with whispers of lavender, pours off his skin. This man who disrupted my life is now sitting on my fire escape. And instead of wanting him to leave, I'm finding solace in the fact that he's here. That's why I fall back to my spot and honestly tell him, I know what you mean. When his face looks back toward me, there's a crinkle in his eye. I look the other way and bite my thumbnail. We sit in silence for a few moments. An ambulance drives down the street. We ignore it. Bryce's leg stretches further out and brushes against mine. I shift my body, and my hand accidentally falls against his. I leave it there. He breaks the silence. Is Charlie's father here in the city? No, I say, folding my outer knee to my chest. Is that a sore subject? He asks so softly, my heart sinks. I bite my inner lip and nod my head while glancing at the ground below. Are you still in love with him? Charlie's dad? I ask, surprised, turning to him. No, I haven't seen Ashton in 6 years. His eyes squint. You mean? Charlie's never met his father. He lives somewhere in Australia now. You're doing this all alone? I lift my head and hold my chin high, proud to be a single mom. Yes, mostly. My mom comes up to visit from Berkeley every Sunday, and Charlie goes to visit his father's parents once a month. And they're okay with their son not being a dad to his own kid? I let out a sharp laugh. Let's not go down that road. Truth or dare? His question catches me off guard. Truth. I swallow. Why were you afraid to tell me about Charlie? I open my mouth and then stall. I've never had to tell anyone about him. Everyone who knows me knows he's my life. Our eyes meet, and I know he understands what I mean. Truth? I ask, and he nods. Would you be here right now if you knew I had a 5-year-old son? Absolutely. I narrow my eyes at him. You know, most men would run the other way if I told them right off the bat I had a son. Then you didn't want me to run, did you? I drop my head back, laughing. You're twisting my words. You think men are scum, but I'm not like that. Oh, really? I turn to him, bringing my knee up to brace myself better.
Do tell. How are you not like other men? Do you not fool around with your assistants?
It was just a kiss, he says rather loudly, and then brings it back a bit. And maybe a grab or two. But I stopped it. I swear.
He looks almost in pain to have to revisit the memory.
Dare?
Truth. He drops his head, playing with the bottom of his tie.
Is there any part of you that was happy I showed up tonight?
I chew on the inside of my cheek and try to lie. I can't. Yes. He grins.
Truth.
Do you want children someday? I ask, and then realize. Wait, do you have kids? This time, he laughs.
No, I don't. And yes, I want children.
He says so easily, so nonchalantly. Then why don't you have a wife and kids?
He gives a reluctant grin. I work too much.
Ah, I draw out. So, is this your way of telling me this is all I'll get? You showing up at 8 o'clock at night with takeout?
I don't know what you'll get. All I know is that I want to find out.
I turn my head to hide my blush. Truth.
How big is your crush on Superman?
My eyes close in mortification. I never said you looked like Henry Cavill. My coworker did. My turn. What's the most dangerous thing you've ever done?
Jumped out of a plane?
He nods.
The day my brother enrolled in the military. I told him if he didn't die next to me, then there was no way he'd die away from me. So, we went skydiving together.
You sound incredibly close.
Me and Austin? It's complicated.
There's a pinch to his brow, as if something just dawned on him.
The day after I met you, Missy referred to you as...
He pauses, as if stopping himself from what he was about to say, and regroups.
Missy thought you were dating Austin.
I lower my head in embarrassment. That's because I kind of told her I was with him. Trust me, if I had known she was your guy's wicked stepmonster, I never would have said anything. My words make him laugh. It's a boisterous laugh that echoes on the empty street. Do you mind if I address her as the stepmonster from now on?
Be my guest.
Okay, your turn.
If you didn't have Charlie, where would you be?
I don't know. I can't even remember my life without him. New York, I suppose. I always assumed I'd do makeup for television, like on the Today Show, or movie sets, or maybe work with runway models for Fashion Week. There are so many opportunities there. It was just a dream of mine.
It's a realistic dream.
Maybe. Someday. Not now. It's too far from my mom, and Charlie needs family. Besides, I wouldn't even know what I'd do out there. I've never been out of the state, let alone across the country.
Are you serious right now?
He asks, tilting his head to the side.
Not even to Nevada or Oregon?
Pretty pathetic, huh?
Not at all. His head tilts toward mine, his attention fixed on me, as if I'm the only person in the entire city he wants to be talking to. You're dedicated. You're a mother. That's worth more than a passport filled with stamps. Damn you, Bryce Sexton, and your words. If I don't watch it, I could fall for this man. He reaches his hand to mine that's lying on my thigh. When his fingers lightly rub against the back of mine, shivers run down my entire body. Tessa? Yes, I breathe. What would have happened if Christine hadn't shown up that night? Our noses are practically touching, and our mouths are dangerously close. I would have let you kiss me. Can I kiss you now? My breath stops. Is that a dare? His pupils dilate. The black of his eyes are as serious as sin. No, it's a request. I glance down at his mouth, those lush lips and jaw full of stubble. What I could do to that mouth with my eagerly hungry one. It would be so easy to take him, ravage this man on a fire escape in the heart of San Francisco, under the veil of fog and the pitch of night. But I won't. Because as much as I want to kiss him, I know my heart just can't take it. No, I breathe. He nods the tiniest bit, as if he expected me to say that. What are you thinking right now? I ask. He smiles, his face still just inches from mine. How beautiful you look. I roll my eyes. What a line. My skin is splotchy, and although dewy, it's bare of any makeup. You know I literally make women look beautiful by putting makeup on their faces. He raises his hand to the side of my head and slides his fingers through my hair. Lesser women, he says. I like you like this. You're not hiding behind anything. It's just Tessa. His thumb runs small circles along my cheek. I fall into his embrace and close my eyes. I know, when I open them, I'm going to lose all resolve. It's his words, his touch, his woodsy scent. And it's the way I feel like, no matter how much I know I should tell him to stay away, Mommy? Charlie's small voice calls out from his room. I jump up and nearly fall over Bryce's legs as I climb through the window and head toward my baby's bedroom, knocking over a picture frame. My stomach hurts. I lay my hand over his tummy and rub small circles over it. I knew he would get sick from eating so much this late. I should have stopped him, but of course, I was too enthralled with our unexpected visitor that I dropped the ball on being a good mom. There's that self-doubt again. Here, scoot over and I'll cuddle with you, I say, opening his covers wider. I lie with Charlie until I'm positive he's sound asleep again. When I walk back into the living room, the window is shut, the picture frame has been put back in place, and Bryce is nowhere to be found. My cell phone is on the table near the door. I pick it up to see a text message. Your son needed you, so I let myself out. Thank you for a wonderful evening. Tell the Lego King of San Francisco it was an honor to meet him. You're doing an amazing job raising him on your own. You should be proud. Bryce Sexton, you'd better be worth it.
Chapter 11. Bryce.
You have a phone meeting with the editor in Chicago at 11, the mayor of Oakland at 11:20, and the Los Angeles publisher at 11:30. Then, Brantley will be out front at 11:45 to take you to lunch at One Market, where you're treating buyers for your major markets to a fancy lunch. But you have to be out of there by 12:45 to make it to...
Can you get me the contact for the Boy Scouts of San Francisco? I ask, making Jeannine look up from her iPad, confused.
Excuse me?
Can 5-year-olds join the Boy Scouts?
Is this for a story?
It's for a girl. Realization hits me that I just said that out loud. The heat boils up my face. A slight smile forms on her lips as she sits back in her seat.
Same girl?
I sit up straighter. Excuse me?
I take it you're thinking about the same girl I helped you find?
Please just get me the info. I turn to my computer, opening up my calendar to avoid the conversation. I see it's lunch at 12 and then...
Have you seen her after the makeup incident?
I sigh, embarrassed to be discussing this with my assistant before giving in. Yes, twice.
Where?
Coffee, I state, my eyes fixed on my computer. And her apartment.
Her apartment?
I stopped by with Chinese food. Jeannine scowls at me.
You just showed up at her house with Chinese food?
I move my eyes toward her and give her a slow nod of my head. She laughs incredulously.
You and your brother, I swear, you think every girl will fall at your feet just because you're a sexton.
Don't compare me to my brother.
You seriously think you can show up whenever you want and the girl who's been thinking about you all week is just sitting at her desk waiting for you?
I raise my hand, not wanting to know what that means because it obviously wasn't about me. Just please email the info when you get it and let's move on. She leans forward.
So, what's up with the Scouts? Wait, does she have a kid?
How did you get that from me asking about a Boy Scout troop? She gives me a devilish grin while pointing to her head.
I can put 2 and 2 together. Makes sense why she was blowing you off. She's a single mom and you're, well, you.
I cast her a sideways glance. I'll pretend that's a compliment.
She has a son,
she says out loud. I repeat what she just said. She has a son. Her mouth drops. Her hazel eyes are narrow as she looks at me, knowing this new piece of information.
Are you cool with that?
Now it's my turn to scowl. Why wouldn't I be? She flinches.
No reason. I just didn't take you as a kid lover.
She must see the look on my face because she quickly lifts the iPad and starts swiping.
Okay, so Boy Scouts. What do you need to know?
Leaning back in my chair, I look up at the ceiling. How old do you need to be? She does a quick type and then answers.
11.
Shit. I bite.
Wait.
She holds up a finger.
The Cub Scouts are for grades K through 5. There's the Lion Den for 4 and 5-year-olds that started recently and...
She does some scrolling.
There is one here in San Francisco.
Call. Tell them I'm coming to a meeting. Jalen looks up from her screen. She bites her lip and asks,
Do you know anything about the Boy Scouts?
I told her I'd take her kid. At the mere thought of Charlie, I smile. Damn, that kid was funny. He had this survival bracelet he was proud to show off, and when he said he was going to be a scout, his entire face lit up. I've never seen a kid be so excited to join something.
So you told him
That we sponsor the local chapter. We still do, right? Her shoulders rise to her cheeks.
Hell if I know, I just started working here.
I'm sending them a hefty check tomorrow morning. Make sure I'm part of the next Lion Den meeting. Tell them I'm bringing a friend.
Okay,
She says slowly, taking notes on my requests. I can see it in her stance. She's questioning my judgment. Hell, so am I.
Sir, may I ask you a question?
Her expression makes me want to roll my eyes. I already feel ridiculous with how much I've involved her in my romantic life.
Why are you going through all this trouble? I'm sure there are other women who would be less of a hassle to get.
With a heavy breath, I open my hands, palms up, and answer honestly. When Tessa and I are together, we have this easy way of being with each other. The conversation is light and the effort is seamless. She is beautiful and driven and brave. She gives me hell, and I have to crawl up from the gutter for an audience with her. Just when I think she's pushing me away, she looks at me with these eyes that are begging me not to go. That's what keeps me going back.
You're falling in love with her.
Jalen jumps slightly in her seat, placing her hands on the table. My face burns red. This is not a conversation I should be having with her. I hold up my hands. Stop. This is not appropriate. Please just make sure everything is set up for me and I'll follow along with what I see on my calendar. Jalen pops back into assistant mode, standing up, straightening her skirt and grabbing her things, making me feel like even more of a jackass than before. I drop my head, closing my eyes and whispering, I'm sorry. Jalen pauses at the front of my desk. When I look up, she says,
Go after her. It's crazy, I won't lie. It's just what you just said. Well, when you talk about her, you look almost nostalgic, like she's giving you something you've been longing for. You're a romantic, Mr. Sexton. It's a nice surprise. It is possible to break down even the strongest walls. I promise you.
Well, that was not what I'd thought I'd ever hear from an assistant, but it's the nicest thing I've heard in a long time. The girl really does have maturity, well beyond her years. I nod with a slight smile on my face, and she turns, closing my door after she exits my office. I should be focusing on the acquisition of the Gazette, or my brother being on the brink of arrest for his street racing, or my good-for-nothing father and stepmother trying to sell the company, but all I can think about is Tessa and Charlie. A few minutes later, my computer dings with an incoming email. To Bryce Sexton. From Jalen Smith. Subject: Boy Scouts/Cub Scouts. You're in luck. Sexton Media sponsors the Boy Scouts of San Francisco, and the local chapter has a Lion Den meeting tomorrow. They said you are more than welcome to bring the little boy. I think it's pretty cool. You would look into something like this for her son. She must be something special. Jalen Smith, assistant to Bryce Sexton. My first reaction is to email back, she is, but I quickly delete the email and go on with my day like nothing new is going on. Looks like I'm joining the Boy Scouts.
Bryce!
Charlie shouts as he walks into the Lion Den meeting at Dolores Park. Tessa is close behind. Her hair is down today, reminding me of the first time I saw her. Here's your official Lion shirt and hat. I hand him the t-shirt and ball cap I was given for Charlie and hand the other set to Tessa. Sorry, they only had a large. She takes them from me and holds the shirt open to see the Lion's logo on the front. The shirt looks twice as big as she does. Her eyes wander to a little boy with his father in the corner, talking with the den leader, who is about to start the meeting, and then they fall back to me. I'm wearing slacks, a button-down, and a tie. My jacket is in the car with Brantley. I snuck out of work early to attend this meeting, and I have to rush right back, and will probably be there past midnight now, but being here, I can already tell, is worth it.
What about you?
She asks me.
Aren't you going to dress the part?
I wasn't planning on. She tosses the shirt at me, which I catch.
I bet you look your age in a t-shirt.
What's that supposed to mean? I ask.
Do you ever wear anything other than a suit?
She asks with a half laugh. I look down at my attire. Black pants, white shirt, and onyx tie. I only wear t-shirts when I'm working out or reading in bed. Her smile falls with an intake of air.
Well then, you can go run a mile when you're done here. How old are you anyway?
30. You? I ask as I unbutton my shirt cuffs.
24. What are you doing?
She asks like I'm about to do something wrong. Putting on the t-shirt. I undo my tie.
Here?
Her eyes widen as she looks around the room. Yes, I answer slowly, as I unbutton my shirt and reveal the tank top style undershirt I have on. As I push the shirt over my shoulders, her attention fixates on my biceps and then slowly rolls over my chest. As her cheeks redden, I take a mental note to find another opportunity to take my shirt off in front of her. From the way her teeth skim her bottom lip, I can see she likes what she sees. I put my arms through the sleeves of the Navy Lions t-shirt and slide it over my head. It's snug, yet decent fit. I look back at Tessa, whose mouth is slightly parted. I open my arms toward her to show off the shirt and see what she thinks. She clears her throat and throws a ball cap at me.
Don't forget the hat,
she says. I look down at Charlie, whose neck is craned back to look up at me.
You could totally beat up Captain America,
he says. I rub his shaggy red hair. Most people can beat up Captain America. Come on, let's go be lions. Even though Sexton Media is a sponsor for the local pack of Boy Scouts of America, I've never actually been to a meeting. Charlie, Tessa, and I take a seat at a picnic table. A gentleman in a matching t-shirt to mine stands in front of the group of tables where the little lions and their parents are seated and starts the meeting. His name is Cody, and he spends a fair amount of time going over some of the events the pack has planned for the year. We meet twice a month and will go on weekly events we have planned to local parks and nature centers, which is a great way to get the kids out of the house and away from the iPads, and to appreciate the great outdoors. We also go on 3 major camping trips throughout the year, plus a sleepover at the California Academy of Sciences, which will be happening in a few short weeks. I glance over at Tessa, who is staring wide-eyed at Cody. Cody continues. We also emphasize community service. This is why we have teamed up with Sexton Media to orchestrate our Scouting for Service campaign, which allows our campers to do their share to help the people of the city of San Francisco. Since the Lions are a young bunch, their contribution is to stack up the food pantry with any canned goods they can get friends and family to donate.
I can do that,
Charlie says with an enthusiastic nod.
My mom can't cook, so we have a ton of canned goods in the house.
Charlie, Tessa scolds as she runs a hand over her forehead in hiding. I stifle a laugh. Let's get started with our project for today. Cody claps his hands together, and everyone starts to unpack their bags. Tessa's head swivels in my direction.
Were we supposed to bring something? I didn't come prepared.
I pick up my bag and place it on the table. Don't worry, I've got you covered. In the bag is a ton of vegetables and fruits. I place carrots, zucchini, cucumbers, cherry tomatoes, strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, and some scallions on the table.
What's this for?
She asks. We're making an edible race car, I say. Charlie's face scrunches in.
I thought we were going to make fires and go on hikes.
I smile. Today's mission is to make a fruit and veggie car, and then we're going to race it to see whose is the fastest. I reach into my bag and pull out a small box of Legos. We need a driver, so I had to buy the whole kit. Charlie lifts the box and tears it open.
This is so cool.
Tessa's face lights up at the sight of Charlie as he takes out the Lego character.
Let's win this thing,
Charlie declares with a huge grin, and then it fades slowly.
Wait, are you any good at this?
I purse my mouth and consider his question for a moment. Well, I haven't raced many cars, nor have I built anything using vegetables, but I have watched a ton of car races with my father and brothers to know what kinds of cars garner the best speed.
Enjoy the stillness between chapters. Let the music cradle you gently until we resume. Thank you for being a listener.
that?
He asks. I lean in and whisper in his ear. It's the one with the biggest wheels. I take out 4 small pumpkins, perfectly rounded to make the best wheels.
Where did you get all this stuff?
Tessa asks. I have a very dedicated assistant. She raises a brow.
Dedicated in what way?
I grin. In getting the perfect girl to go out with me. Her smile is luminous in the late afternoon sunlight.
You are one shrewd businessman. All right, Charlie, let's make you a veggie car.
For the next hour, we fashion our fruits and vegetables into one, dare I say, pretty awesome-looking race car. We use the carrot as a base, since the weight should give it momentum and the narrow part as the front for the best aerodynamic advantage. With his mom's help, Charlie cut the cucumbers into perfect circles, and we used them as stabilizers for our pumpkins. I pushed the long skewers through the pumpkins and the carrot, which proved harder than it looked. I destroyed my first carrot, so we had to use the backup. The look of determination as Charlie decorated his carrot with raspberries and blueberries in honor of Superman was a sight to see. The little boy was genuinely into the project. That alone made any work I'd have to make up when I got back more than worth it. Instead of using our Lego man as the driver, Charlie wants to make a driver with tomatoes, carrots, zucchini, and a strawberry cape. It's pretty impressive. As is the mom he made wait on the sidelines.
What are you making now?
Tessa asks as Charlie sticks toothpicks into a cherry tomato.
Bryce.
He states matter-of-factly.
He's part of our team.
I don't miss the way her brows furrow at Charlie's mention of us being a team. Okay, Lions, bring your cars on up. It's time to race, Cody says from a space on the open grass. Charlie and I walk our car up to where Cody has a plank on a slant. Have you thought of a team name? Cody asks us. I draw a blank.
Fruity Rebels,
Charlie declares, impressing me again with his creativity. Tessa laughs from her spot at the picnic table. Charlie and I are fourth to race and beat the competition by a landslide. They used cucumbers for wheels, for Christ's sake. Our car looks like a monster truck compared to our next competitor, who used cherry tomatoes as wheels. We crushed it by seconds. We're down to the last 2 racers, Cody says in a dramatic announcer voice. The kids squeal with excitement. These last 2 cars are undefeated, but they won't be for long. On the left, we have the Cucumber Crushers. The father-son team raises their arms in the air to applause as they set down their race car with a cucumber as the base. And on the right, we have the Fruity Rebels. I hoist Charlie in the air as he flaps his arms up, asking the crowd to get louder. Tessa lets out a girly catcall and shouts, "Go Rebels!" And now, it's time to find out who is the fastest edible car in San Francisco Lion Den. Before we race, I want to remind everyone it's not just about how you handle your loss. It's also about how you handle your win. Lions practice sportsmanship. No matter whose car is the fastest, you are all winners. You used teamwork and your imagination, and you had fun. That, my friends, is a real win. So, give yourself a round of applause. Everyone claps. I look to our competition and see the dad is giving me the side eye an evil glare that lets me know he wants his kid to win. Well, too bad, because I want my kid to win even more. Racers, line up your cars. Cody steps to the side and starts his countdown. Charlie and the other boy hold their cars at the starting line. The other car has apple wheels, and the sturdiness of them starts to worry me. When Cody says, "Go!" the race is on. Charlie lets go of his car, and in 5 seconds, the race is over, with them winning by a hair. I throw my head back and let out a silent curse. We were so close, and beaten by a pair of apples. I run a hand across the back of my neck and look down to console Charlie. Except, the kid's not upset at all.
Good Wraith, your car was super cool,
he says to the other boy.
You too. Your tomato head driver is awesome,
the kid compliments back. I'm absolutely dumbstruck. In my adult life, I've lost at, well, nothing. I'm a winner, and if I don't get what I want, I work twice as hard to get it. I'm here, seething at the loss, while a 5-year-old kid is handling it better than me, a grown-ass man.
Remember, it's not just how you handle the win. It's about how you handle the loss.
Tessa comes up behind me, and I turn to see her smirking face. I believe it's the other way around. He didn't want the winner to gloat. He never said anything about pouting at a loss, I say. Charlie pulls on my shirt.
It's okay, Bryce. We'll win the next competition. Cody said we're going to do a scavenger hunt next week. You and I will be super sleuths.
I like how he is already including me in his plans for next week. I don't have the heart to tell him I won't be able to make it. I already have a meeting up in Seattle I can't miss.
All right, Super Scout, let's get you home for dinner,
Tessa says, grabbing his hand. Charlie looks up at me with wide eyes.
Come on, Bryce. We're having spaghetti and meatballs.
I open my mouth to decline, but Tessa does it for me.
Leave the man alone. He already gave up enough time in his day to hang with us. Bryce has to get back to work.
Charlie's eyes fall downward.
Oh. Okay, well, maybe another time.
His little face is so sad compared to how he was all day. If he were any other kid, I might think he was being spoiled, unhappy with not getting his way. But he's not another kid. He's Charlie Clark, and he looks like I just broke his little heart. Me coming to this event was a big deal, both for Charlie and Tessa. He doesn't have a man in his life, and from what it sounds like, the ones he does know are unreliable or live far away. I might not have a great relationship with my father today, but I did when I was his age. It's why I still give the guy the benefit of the doubt and am desperately waiting for him to become a decent human being again. My mother always said the best thing a young man could have was a great male role model to look up to. You know what? Dinner sounds great, I say.
It does?
Charlie beams.
It does?
Tessa asks, confused. I thumb toward my waiting SUV. I'll have Brantley grab my laptop from my apartment. I can do some work while you get dinner ready, and I'll help clean up. He can just leave the SUV at your place and take the bus home, so he doesn't have to wait for me. Tessa looks to the side and squints in the late afternoon sun.
It's okay. You have too much going on. Mom, the man said he could come to dinner. Let's go.
Charlie pulls her arm toward the bus stop. I run toward them, just in time to catch the Muni streetcar that will take us straight to her house and pull out my wallet. Tessa turns to me in question as I show my monthly pass next to hers when we step on. Yes, I do ride every once in a while. I figured this would be faster.
Come sit next to me, Bryce.
Charlie yells, patting the seat next to him.
Mom doesn't like sitting sideways. I love it.
Surprise, surprise. So do I say, as I wink at Tessa and head toward Charlie.
Chapter 12. Tessa. For the second time in a week, Bryce Sexton has made his way into my apartment. While my sauce simmers on the stove, I give Charlie a bath and dress him in his Batman pajamas. With his moppy hair combed back, he sits crisscross on the living room floor and turns on the TV to where Wild Kratts is on. Bryce is seated on the sofa. He changed into a pair of jeans he had his driver bring him and is wearing the Lions t-shirt from this afternoon. His suit is in a garment bag in my closet. And fuck me. Glasses. He's wearing thick, black-framed glasses, making him look like a sexy Clark Kent. I've never seen him dressed so casually. With his laptop on the coffee table, he's hunched over, brows furrowed as he types away. His thumb runs over his temple, and he takes heavy breaths. Charlie raises the volume on the television, so I step in. Bryce is working. Keep it low. Bryce looks up from his computer. It's okay. I've worked in chaotic situations. The newsroom can get pretty loud during breaking news. I step into the kitchen and fill a pot with water for the pasta. Every few minutes, I look into the living room and see the odd sense of normal happening in there. A man working on the couch while a boy watches television in his pajamas. It's the kind of scenario most families find typical. For me, it's jarring. I add salt to the water and peek back in to see Bryce is now on his cell phone, standing by the window. When he's in business mode, his voice is even deeper, his tone authoritative. He stands up and paces my small living room. With a hand on his hip, he listens on the other end before making some demands and hanging up. Like that phone conversation didn't happen, he sits back on the couch, going right back to typing. Is this what life with Bryce would be like? All work, all the time? I know he has made time to stalk me and was available to take Charlie to Scouts today, but how long can that last? Bryce Sexton is a very powerful man. You don't become powerful from parading around San Francisco all day. I add the pasta to the water. At this point, I'm kind of obsessed with watching them. Bryce's attention is now off his computer, and he's watching the television show. What's their animal superpower? He asks Charlie. They're skunks. That's not an animal I ever want to be. Charlie turns around. If you could be any animal, what would it be? Bryce answers quickly. An eagle. You can pick up and fly away. Charlie seems impressed with the answer. You know who can fly? Who? Bryce asks. Superman. Charlie says, as he turns his attention back to watching TV. Bryce looks over at me standing in the doorway,
catching me spying on them. I've been told I'm just as handsome, too. I spin around and hide in the kitchen until dinner is ready. I grab some plates to set the table, and when I turn around, Bryce is standing in the doorway. His strong shoulder is leaning against the doorframe as he stares at me with a sideways grin. His jeans accentuate his long, muscular legs, and his t-shirt isn't snug, yet it still showcases the toned chest beneath it. My breath hitches as he pushes off the frame and walks toward me. I wish he weren't so damn good-looking. An unattractive stalker would be easy to run away from. One who looks like an Adonis and who knows how to make cars out of vegetables? Well, that's damn near kryptonite. He takes 2 strides toward me, his body inches from me, holding my eyes with his intense stare. My knees weaken as my shoulders strengthen. I hold myself upright as my brain begs the rest of me to not turn into a pile of mush. Bryce's hands reach out, and he grabs the plates from my hand and winks. He turns around and starts to set the table. I spin around and drain the pasta. Without being told where anything is, he navigates my kitchen and gets the glasses, silverware, napkins, and grated cheese. I finish the cooking, and Charlie sits at the table and starts on his milk that Bryce poured for him. Dinner is comfortably quiet. Talk of the scouts, school, and how delicious dinner is flows like it's something we've done every day for years. When Charlie's eyes close while holding his head up with his hand, I lightly kick Bryce under the table to get his attention, nodding my head toward Charlie. We both glance back at each other, and the smile on my face is so big, I can't hide it. Our day has exhausted the little guy, and he's hard to wear out. I carry him toward the bedroom to begin our nighttime routine. "Good night, Bryce," he says, curling into my chest. "Night, buddy. Sleep tight," Bryce replies as I walk down the hall. Getting him to brush his teeth and go potty while he's tired proves to be a hassle, but we get the job done. And he's asleep before I'm finished reading him his story. Closing the bedroom door behind me, I walk into the hallway and see Bryce standing in my kitchen, washing the dishes. The table has been cleared off, and he's placing the newly cleaned dishes on the drying rack. I stand next to him and start hand-drying them with a clean towel. "Thank you for today. It meant a lot to Charlie," I say. "Just Charlie?" he asks, his eyes fixed on his task. I smile. It meant a lot to me, too. I put a dish away in the cabinet and grab the next on the rack. "He's a great kid. You're an amazing mother." I don't do anything other women don't do every single day. His body angles toward me, and he looks down at me with those dark eyes. "You're the most amazing mother I've ever seen in my life. And I had a really great one. Don't sell yourself short." I put the dish away and try to ignore his compliment. "Listen, Bryce, I'm so thankful for today. It was great. But I sense a but coming." He turns the water off, dries his hands, and faces me, his hip leaning against the counter.
But it can't happen again. Not because of you, per se. You're great. Too great, even. To Charlie, you're this larger-than-life figure who made his dream come true overnight. I can't have him falling in love with you, and then you leave and break his heart. I placed the last dish in the cabinet and closed the door, needing to turn my back for a moment to let that comment sink in. When I turn back to him, Bryce crosses his arms in front of his chest and lowers his gaze to mine. What about you? Me? Is your heart incapable of breaking? His question catches me off guard. I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about Charlie. And I'm worried about both of you. Of all the swoon-worthy things for this man to say, he had to go and say that. It's late, and you probably want to get back home. I walk toward the table to push the chairs in. Hey, he says, reaching out for my hand. Look me in the eye when you ask me to go, and I'll leave. I slowly raise my eyes to meet his, knowing that, while my mouth is telling him to leave, my heart wants him to stay. His dark eyes have turned a warm, dark brown in the light of my apartment. Between that and the way his thumb is tracing small circles on my hand, I am slowly losing my resolve. Do you want to sit on the couch? I ask awkwardly, pointing to the living room. He smiles. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I'm not. It's just... I look around my small place. There's not a ton of space here. It's your home. You should always be proud of your home. If you'd like, I could buy the apartment next door and make it twice the size. I won't, though, because you'll probably tell me that's inappropriate, and I'm trying to rein in my stalking. I laugh, shaking my head at the smirk on his face, knowing he is kidding. Just sit down. He sits on one side, and I'm thankful to have the space between us as I sit on the other end. I motion toward his laptop that's still sitting on the coffee table. Do you have more work to do? My job never ends. It doesn't seem so bad. You were able to get out today. He laughs lightly from his throat. I'll pay for this in the morning with an inbox full of emails. Believe it or not, before I met you, I hadn't taken any personal time off in years. I curl my legs up onto the couch. That seems like an exaggeration. No, he states. I have been married to my role in this company since I graduated college. You don't sound like that was something you chose. He moves his hand to the back of the couch, turning his body toward mine. I always knew I was going to work for my family's company. Growing up, I watched our mother turn a local magazine to a newspaper business and online media platform. I remember being in the back seat of our station wagon and driving door to door as she solicited subscribers to her magazine. What kind of magazine was it? Community-based. What's happening in the area and upcoming events. She always made sure to spotlight someone from the county. A hero, a local winner, someone who had lost a loved one. Her love for human interest stories was what made her magazine so great. It's what had her distribution grow 300% every year
for her first 5 years. His eyes light up with the memory of his mother. I lean in. Tell me more about her, your mom. The way he's looking at me is like I asked the greatest question in the world. She was amazing. With a nickname like Porky, I wasn't the most popular kid growing up, so I dedicated all my time to working with my mom. After school, I'd go with her to the local businesses for advertising. I got really good at it, as you'd imagine. She could also tell when I was getting bored. That's when she'd pull the car over, and I'd look up to see we were at go-karts or paintball wars or laser tag. She loved to play games. That's what we did. We played. I smash my lips together. You look surprised, he says. You don't seem like the kind of guy who plays. I blush. I bet I also don't look like the kind of guy who would sit outside a girl's workplace on the off chance she'd come out and have a cup of coffee with me. My laugh is so loud, I have to cover my mouth. You admit it. I told you once. I don't lie. Ask me anything you want. There's a small thread peeking up from one of the couch cushions. I tug on it a little. The night we met, you said you had your heart broken. Who was she? He lets out a deep sigh. Maria. We were in college. We were young, in love, and ready to travel the world. He pauses, looking down to the ground, recalling the memory. My graduation gift from my parents was to go on a 6-month epic journey. We had our map planned out. Vietnam, India, Australia. I was packing my bag when I got the call that my mother had been killed in a car crash. I flew home for the burial and never left. And Maria? She left me, went on the trip alone, and I never saw her again. My jaw drops at the notion. The man had just lost his mother. The least she could do was wait a few months. If she loved him, she would have stayed. Your parents paid for her trip, and she ditched you at the airport? I'm not upset about the money. I am. Maybe if she saved for a year to pay for her ticket, I'd understand. She left you with a broken heart when your world was falling apart, and she did it on your dime. What a bitch. He smiles lightly. Thank you for being angry for me. I'm furious. Why would you leave someone you love like that? I don't know why I ask the question. It's rhetorical. The answer is selfishness. Bryce is watching me, his head shaking lightly. She didn't want to be a part of this life. She knew what my parents' life was like. The demands, the arguments. She saw how it tore them apart. But you said you knew you'd always work for the company. As a photojournalist. My mother knew my passion for travel, which was why she was sending me away. Together, we were going to create a travel magazine and blog focused on the local people in towns and cities around the world, not just the tourist attractions and upscale restaurants. It was going to be a walking man's guide to living. You should still do that. Wow, I love that idea. You can... It's not in the cards, Tessa. When my mother died, so did my dream. My father had given up on the company by then. It was subtle at first, but over the years he withdrew. To be honest, he never was the brains of the operation. As soon as she died, he brought up the idea of selling the company. My brothers and I refused. It was a looming threat that never seemed to carry much weight until my father remarried. And, as they say, 2 forces are better than 1. I reached for his hand. Why are you acting like you have all this on your back? You have a brother who can share the burden. Austin? He's one of the smartest people I've ever met. He just acts like a complete idiot half the time. I think it's his way of getting out of being held responsible. Does he not do his job? He sighs, rubbing his eyes. He does. Just not. He pauses to take in a deep breath, and I can tell he's torn with his words. It's like his mind is always somewhere else. Maybe he just needs freedom to do the job the way he wants to do it. You said he does his job, right? Yeah. Like I said, it's complicated. But then there's Tanner. Who's Tanner? My baby brother. He's finishing his final semester at Columbia and coming home to work for the company. That can't come fast enough. He's brilliant and a really great kid. His thumb rises to his lips, and he looks off in thought. Problem is, Tanner was really young when our mom died. He doesn't remember the business the way Austin and I do. I might bitch about Austin, but there's one thing I know. He will do whatever it takes to keep the company our mother created. Tanner doesn't have the same connection. I squeeze the hand I'm holding on to. I bet he remembers more than you give him credit for. Bryce's gaze turns back to mine. He leans in. What about you? How did the daughter of a feminist become a professional makeup artist? I roll my eyes. Rebellion. I wasn't allowed to wear makeup as a child because it was society's way of telling women they weren't good enough the way they were. Women shouldn't be touted around with painted masks to hide their true identity. I quote my mom in her proper voice. I continue. My grandma used to buy me the boldest colored eyeshadows and the brightest lipsticks just to mess with my mom. I'd play dress-up in my room, and by the time I was a teenager, I was pretty damn good. I do all my friends' makeup, and even my mom's, when she started doing television interviews. When I told her I didn't want to go to college, that I wanted to be a makeup artist, she said, as a woman, it was my choice to choose any career path, and she'd support me, no matter what. But if I was going to be something, she was going to make sure I was the best. I enrolled in workshops in Los Angeles and was heading to Milan to apprentice for a year to build up my resume for New York when I met Ashton and got pregnant. Needless to say, Milan never happened. This time, he squeezes my hand. While I would have loved to hear you went to Europe and became the world's most successful makeup artist, I have to say, I think you got the better deal. I smile. Looks like we both had a changing course due to unexpected life events. We have more in common than we thought. He grins. I look at our joined hands. They're now fully interlocked.
Bryce, I'm sorry I've been pushing you away. I haven't been in a relationship since Ashton. Bryce's other hand rises to my face, cupping my cheek. You weren't raised in an environment where men were trusted. I'd imagine having the father of your child walk away from you cemented that thought in your head. Tessa, I don't know what I'm doing. I haven't been in a relationship in years. I work too much. I'm demanding and angry. There's a bottle of Johnny Walker in my desk that I keep for when I'm about to lose my mind. If I were a wiser man, I'd walk out of here and leave you in peace. But I just can't stay away from you. I swallow and admit, I've grown kind of fond of you not staying away from me. He smiles, and damn, my heart skips. That's a good thing. Truth or dare, I whisper. He shakes his head. I'll dare myself. He moves closer, pulling me in, and I let him. All reason flies out of my mind. My heart pounds out of control as an urge I haven't felt in years takes over. My breath hitches when I feel his breath sweep across my lips. So close. I'm going to kiss you. I heed the warning and close my eyes. I nod slightly and relish in the feeling of his lips as they softly touch mine. My body goes limp as he pulls me into him, supporting my weight before he opens his mouth, sweeping his tongue against my lips, asking for permission to enter. I sigh, wrapping my arms around his shoulders, enjoying the feel of human contact, something I didn't realize I desperately needed in my life until this very second. An intense hunger runs up my spine, and for a moment, I'm completely lost to a sensation so foreign, yet so real to me. He turns his head, and the low groan that escapes his lips lights my insides on fire. Our lips are moving and dancing like we've been kissing each other for years. I hold him tighter, but to my dismay, he leans back, taking a deep breath after breaking our kiss. Our foreheads touch as we catch our breaths. That was a great first kiss, he says, before leaning in and kissing me again. I instantly close my eyes and fall into him. My hands are roaming over his t-shirt, feeling the muscles of his chest. His hands are on my face and torso, pulling me in. My head falls back when he moves down my neck, kissing, licking, and worshipping me. He repositions his body, and I wrap my legs around his waist without a second thought. Our kiss turns more feverish. He runs his arms down my spine, around my waist. Instinctually, I mount him, my legs straddling his impressive thighs, gripping his shirt in my hands. My core rubs against his groin, and my eyes momentarily pop open at the feel of him beneath me. It makes my hips grind instinctually as I hum with pleasure into his mouth. The kiss grows deeper, stronger. His hands are in my hair, and mine are clawing at his shirt, desperate to bring him closer. Yet we're as close as two people can be while fully clothed. I'm ready to rip his shirt off when I hear a blood-curdling scream. "Mommy!" Bryce pauses, and I jump off of him and run toward Charlie's room, praying to God he didn't see anything. "What, baby?" I say as I open his bedroom door. He's sitting up in his bed with the blanket up to his chest. "I had a dream there was a monster in my closet," he says, trying to hold back tears. I close my eyes, taking a deep breath. My heart is racing from hormones, adrenaline, and pure motherly concern for Charlie's scream. I sit next to him on his bed, and he throws his arms around my neck. "It's okay. I'm right here. Do you want me to check your closet?" He nods his head as a scared sob sneaks out. I stand up, keeping him wrapped around me, and walk to his closet. "Look, there's nothing here." He barely lifts his head, glancing around before burying himself in my neck again. I hold him a little tighter. "I promise I'll never let anything happen to you. I'm right out in the living room, okay?" I say. His arms squeeze my neck. "I'm going to put you back down, okay?" "Will you lie with me?" I sigh. Bryce is in my living room, and while I desperately, oh, so desperately, want to be on that couch with him, there is nowhere else I'd ever be than right here. "Of course, baby." I get him tucked in and lie on top of the covers next to him, running my fingers through his red curls. Going from Bryce's arms to my son's side sends a shock wave of guilt through me. There's a huge part of me that wants to be out there with Bryce, and that bothers me. It takes 20 minutes for Charlie to finally go back to sleep. I kiss his forehead and sneak back out of his room. My nerves turn in my stomach as I wonder if Bryce is bothered by my hasty exit and long return. If he's bothered by it, then it's concrete evidence that he is not the man for me. To my dismay, he's nowhere to be seen. He left. So many emotions run through me. Guilt, sadness, envy, lust. I'm about to cry or scream, I'm not sure which, when I see a text on my phone. "Charlie needs you, so I saw myself out. I left a little something for you. I hope you like it." I skim my bottom lip with my finger as I read his sweet message. Looking at the kitchen table and counters, I don't see anything in the form of a gift, so I look in the living room. Besides my mom, no one has bought me a gift in years, so the nerves and excitement make me almost uncomfortable. Searching under the pillows on the couch, I look for something new in the room, but don't see anything. When I lift my head, I see the window to the fire escape is open. I pad toward it and crawl out. On the ladder is a small shopping bag with a t-shirt inside. I unfold it and look at the large Superman logo on the front with the words, "My boyfriend is hotter than Superman." I laugh out loud at the ridiculous t-shirt. It's funnier than anything I'd expect from Bryce. I look down from my fire escape and see him standing next to the SUV. His elbow is leaning on the hood, with his teeth skimming his knuckle as he looks up at me. I hug the shirt to my chest. For the first time in years, I'm excited about what might happen next. Bryce climbs into his SUV and starts it. I watch as he pulls away from the curb. I'm just about to go inside when a figure down below catches my attention. It's a woman standing on the sidewalk, looking up at me. It's Christine. I haven't seen her since she interrogated me after the museum benefit. I've done a great job of avoiding her, but I suppose another talk about Bryce is inevitable. With an awkward wave, I say hi. Her scowl can be seen from the third floor. She'll never understand what has transpired between Bryce and me. Hell, I don't even know what's going on. What I do know is I'm not going to say no if he asks me out again.
Chapter 13. Bryce. All day, I've been slammed with the acquisition, but it's probably a good thing because otherwise I'd be thinking about Tessa. I need to slow down, not be so desperate with her, especially now that I know she was blowing me off. Most men would run from a single mom. The baggage would be too much. Hell, if she were any other woman, I'd probably find it a great excuse to run away too. Not with Tessa. When I met her, I was intrigued. As I got to know her more, I became captivated. Now that I've spent time with her and Charlie, I feel different. I always envisioned myself with kids, but as the years went by and my life veered further and further away from finding a woman to grow old with, I started to silently give up the thoughts. What the fuck is wrong with me? I don't have time for this shit. When I got home last night, I pored over editorials, contracts, marketing campaign finalizations, and most importantly, the Seattle Gazette purchase. I passed out while reading a debrief on a lawsuit that's pending, as we're being sued for running a story in Chicago that wasn't properly sourced. I woke at 4 a.m. and finished, so I could talk with our legal team this morning. I love my job. I bitch about it, but I wouldn't be here if I didn't actually love this fucking company. At 4 a.m., that love is hard to find. 10 years ago, I would have woken up that early only to hike up a mountain to get a shot of the city at sunrise.
Just the man I was looking for,
Missy says as she slithers into the conference room where